All right, let's do this. Where's that button? It's over here somewhere, and do the thing, and there's stuff, and there we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is November 24th, 2023. We're going to write a little bit of code today. We're going to write a lot of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I'm observing it was a Black Friday. It was the Friday after Thanksgiving 6 years ago that I started streaming. I just decided, hey, let's turn this thing on and see what happens. We'll push out to Twitch. If folks show up, and we'll work on a little Visual Studio extension to play a trumpet fanfare when builds complete successfully, and have it play the sad tuba sound effect. You know the sad tuba sound effect. You know this one. When builds fail, and we had a bit of fun building that. And of course, the next version of Visual Studio actually had that feature built in where you can set those those sound effects appropriately. But we had fun on that first stream 6 years ago, November 2017. Building content together. I moved on, and in the spring that year, I was I'm sure you can check out that. I was restreaming to both.
And knowing is half the battle.
And now you know. I was streaming to both Mixer and Twitch. Yeah, remember Mixer? That didn't last too long, but we went back to just Twitch, and here within the last 2 months, we've started streaming to YouTube also. Yeah, can you believe it? Folks showed up. Let me head over and let's welcome in everybody here. Doesn't matter if you're on YouTube or Twitch. Let's say hello to you over there. TypeScript Tea Time, hello to you. Chaotic Monkey, hope everything is doing well. Yeah, we're doing great this Friday. Thank you. Cymac, I'm glad you like the music. We commissioned that from oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name now. That was written for us some time ago. It was I know I have it here. I have it here in by Stolas. That's who it was. Stolas Music. We had that written by them and produced, shared here on stream. Really enjoy that. Manoj, hello to you. Find Us 2357, welcome. Appreciate you joining us. Good evening to you in Denmark. Mythin, thank you so much. Amal on YouTube says congratulations on the 6th year. Thank you so much, Amal. I hope you're having a great day wherever you might be. Billy Cool in Thindal, hello. You're reporting in from DreamHack. All the best to you there. Jeremy, thank you so much for the big congratulations. Sinclairinator, hello. 53 months. Thank you so much for that support. All of those cheers, all of those subscriptions, we're donating to the American Cancer Society. It doesn't matter that it's the American Cancer Society. Of course, they support, we're trying to fight and find a cure for cancer in memory of those folks in our community that we've lost. Brave Cobra in July. Vittorio Bertocci here in September. And for those of you that are out there that are watching, that are fighting cancer, I have a family member that was just diagnosed. All the best to you. We support you, and we want to try and help you through this. So 6 years, that's huge. It is, Xbox. Thank you so much. Continuing, you like the Zelda hat? You like the Zelda? I might have one or two hats.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Like Jack 50, thank you for the raid, bringing the viewers over here. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a great day and you had a good stream. What were you doing on your stream? Like Jack, let us know. So yeah, 96% certainty that it's the Legend of Zelda hat. It's pretty good at detecting this hat. Really quiet today? That's okay. You know what? It takes time to get an audience, build an audience, get folks coming back, doing some C# coding. Phenomenal. Sinclairinator.
Sinclairinator are just gifted 5 subs.
5 gift subs in the channel. I'm going to make 5 donations to the American Cancer Society, and our friends at Microsoft are going to match. Thank you so much. Congratulations to Evil Gordita, Pac-Man Jr., Rambling Geek, Totole654, and Billy Cool. You got gift subscriptions from our friend Sinclairinator. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is very generous. Really appreciate those. And it's great to see the support, and I love paying it forward to organizations like the American Cancer Society that we've been doing since June. And in January, we're going to pivot. We'll support another charity for the next round of the next 6 months. We'll support. Gosh, I forgot about Abel. Yes, right. Oh my gosh, and I'm only remembering his Twitter account. But yes, absolutely, Abel. He was one of our developer advocates, folks who was talking about DevOps, spoke about it at many Microsoft events. It did a phenomenal job with that, inspired so many folks to learn about DevOps, and he tragically succumbed to cancer as well. Yes. Hey, Dr. Cox, thank you so much for the kind words there. Yeah, 6 years here streaming on Twitch, and in February 9th is my partner anniversary. So it's funny how they're kind of back to back like that. And that'll be 5 years as a partner coming up in February. So it was February 2019 that I became a partner. So I want to have some fun here today. I want to get in. We've been working on Tags app, but the challenge that I run into as we build some of these longer epic applications here on stream is that we get in, we build a bit, and then the maintenance of building some of these applications kind of leaves people in the dark. Gosh, I don't understand how you came in, how you got to this thing. How does that work? So a bit of what I want to do today is our configuration system kind of went everywhere. We started off with, hey, let's just kind of do this with a bit of reflection, and let's discover the various social media providers that we use in Tags app to present and gather and share messages for streamers, for folks that are analyzing what's going on social media services. But as an exploration, and a jumping off point to do some of that, it was really cool. It was a neat piece of technology, but it's not something that's going to be practical long term, because we're not going to be adding and removing services from this quite that easily. I think we're going to stand up little microservices that we want to be able to bootstrap and discover and load the various services that are available. And that configuration, we want to put all in one place. And the configuration kind of grew organically from a settings file to environment configuration variables to stored in in a SQLite database to stored in a Postgres database. And it's kind of gone everywhere. It did, right? It grows organically. So now that we're on the other side of .NET Conf, and I know a lot of you out there saw .NET Conf and you saw Tags app in action, right? The hosts during day 1 and day 2, they were using Tags app live on screen. Let's go back and refactor this a little bit. Let's take some of the work that we've done in there. Let's refactor it and let's get a really nice out of the box experience. Because if we can remove a bit of that reflection that's in there, we can also start to compile for AOT. We'll end up with a faster running application. We can make a container that's very, very small, easy to deploy, And is Jeremy listening? Is Jeremy listening? It could also run on ARM processors as well as Intel x64 processors. So right, these options, when we remove a little bit of that reflection, makes it easier for us to be able to pivot and build and deploy and have two different containers hanging out there to work with this. So first things first, I want to go into Tags app and I want to start identifying all the places where there's configuration, and let's consolidate them. After we're done consolidating them, and the reflection that's in there that identifies here's the various providers and kind of lays them out there, let's remove the reflection. Let's remove that. Let's make it so that this loads and reads and works with the specified. Let's come back to that. But let's try and hard code as much as possible in there. Then let's work on that out of box experience. What happens when you first start Tags app? Because the challenge that we currently have, and I know some of you have looked into this, is as a developer, how do you get started contributing to Tags app? It's hard. It's not easy. So let's simplify that. Let's take down the list of requirements there so that folks can get in and start building and tinkering with this a heck of a lot easier. I'm going to get some music playing in the background here. Let me catch up on chat just a bit. I've been going with the Streambeat Synthwave playlist for a bit here, and I really like that. I really do. Even though I know those of you over there on YouTube, I'm going to get copyright claims all over this from a copyright troll out there. That's just what they do, and I'm going to have to deal with that. So let's start here. This is called Chocolate Flake. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. There you go. You see it right there. And this copyright troll claims ownership of this music that quite literally isn't them. This is Stream Beats by Harris Heller. This is music that is DMCA free, royalty free, and he has a license for us to use it wherever we want. YouTube ignores that license for some reason, and this copyright troll claims ownership of it. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together we're going to listen to today. So let me catch up just a smidge here on chat. Renezi on YouTube says, congratulations, learned a lot from me. Thank you, Renezi. That's very kind. When you grow up, you want to be as good a developer as me. So here's the thing. I'm a pretty good application developer. Pretty good. I'm not great. I'm pretty good. And I'm learning with you on stream together. So it's something that I want to make sure that I'm flattered. Anybody can do this. It takes some time, takes some work. Studying and learning your skills, your tools. That's where I think we can all do better. We all can improve. You're right, Light Jack. Configuration kind of went everywhere, and it sounds like just about every software project.
Eternal Div Coder.
Thank you so much, Eternal Dev Coder, with the sub. What happened there? Converted your Prime to a Tier 1. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. So, Sinclair Nader says that app was fantastic, even more so seeing your spam on there. So, Jeremy, I was literally at the end of Monday night. I was building a Jeremy scoreboard so that here's the number of times that Jeremy's messages have appeared on the board, and here's the number of times that we've gone to the messages and have a scoreboard that we were putting together. But I thought, you know what? That's a little over the top. and I ditched that. I thought it would have been fun. After your .NET 8 Power Toys PR March. So Jeremy's been contributing to the Power Toys repository. That's a series of tools for Windows so that you can do all kinds of things with managing interactions with Windows and your user interface. And yeah, put together an update to .NET 8 in there. Very cool. Blesside, thank you so much for the happy stream anniversary words there. Warm Peas, hello to you. Cymax says, hope I didn't think you were making a comment about DMSP. No, not at all. We're good. Learning a lot from 72 videos, 2 hours each on C# that I did on the Visual Studio channel. Yeah, there were a lot there. You're very welcome. And we did that over the course of 2 or 3 years, and the folks at Microsoft asked me to step down and stop producing that show. So we don't produce that anymore, but I think there's an opportunity for us to run that series again on this channel this spring. I think we're gonna rerun that like every Wednesday morning, something like that. We'll bring Learn C# with C# Fritz here, and we'll go through that. And I want to make it much more interactive. And I hope you recognize that as a trademark of my streams. I'm very positive, I'm very uplifting, very encouraging, and I want it to be interactive streams where you can ask questions, interact, and you're going to get answers. And I think that's something that significantly differentiates me from many other streamers on the topic. Oh, Lightjack, thank you. Very much appreciate the follow. Totally not the same. Well, we have to update things. I have some better demos that I really like. I'm a big fan, if you've seen my Teaching C# series, I'm a big fan of using playing cards to describe and reference objects. It's very easy for us to relate to. It doesn't matter what culture you're from. It doesn't matter what background you have. We all know what playing cards are. So using those to describe and work with as data types and what we use, I think is something very visual, something very easy for folks to latch onto.
Eternal Div Coder just gifted 5 subs.
5 gift subs in the channel. Eternal Dev Coder, thank you so much. I'll make 5 more donations to the American Cancer Society. That is very generous. Thank you. On Twitch, we've got some gift subs to DGB, Wabe89, C17R, Q Wirtz 123, and Justin H. Horner. Congratulations, you got gift subscriptions from our friend Eternal Dev Coder. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, well, not to be missed, absolutely. Yeah, the interact. So Sinclairinator, the interaction. I'm using TagZap as the platform to do even more with that. As we finish establishing a base platform with TagZap, what we've done there, we're going to start adding interactive features in there that I want to see .NET Conf level up and use. Things that we kind of take for granted on Twitch and friends on YouTube. I want to level up and do more with you over there, but things that we do that are fun. Not showing chat on screen is I think bare minimum interactivity. The animated GIFs when different commands are triggered and stuff. That's fun too. Running a poll, I think, is a bare minimum interaction. But there's a lot more that I want to do. You can see some of those issues. Let me put a project command out there so that folks can get to the project. If you're watching on YouTube, check out the description just below. There's a link to the repository for TagZap. So I'm going to call this refactoring TagZap configuration and out-of-box experience. And I'll include the link to the source code, of course, because this is a project that anybody can grab. It was actually suggested to me that I move the source code to its own repository. There you go. There's a message with that in it. Hey, Svava. Hello. Yeah, Sinclairinator. So I've shared with a couple of folks off stream some of the things that I want to do with this. As we get into some of these additional features, we're going to put TagZap into an Aspire configuration. .NET Aspire configuration. So we might invite our friends Brady Gaster or Glenn Condren to join and do a little pair programming with us. There's absolutely a mobile app in the plans, and we're gonna bring on my partner in chaos, Maddie Montequilla, to help write a little bit of a mobile app for TagsApp. We're going to convert a good chunk of the user interface of TagsApp, not a good chunk, all of it, to Blazor at some point, and we'll have fun with that. Lots that we can do with this. It's going to be an exciting next 3 months as we go through and plan and hit some of these goals. And it's open source. Check out the content. I want you to explore, learn from it, ask questions as we're building this. You know I don't shy away from your questions about the content and things that we're building here. So let's have fun with it, right? I've got a nice cup of coffee here. My daughter, my college-age daughter, she etches her initials in the bottom. She made the coffee mug that you see here, right, with a nice big handle. She knows how big these mitts are, so I can fit all 4 fingers in that thing. So, yeah, really good stuff. Daughter made, she made this in high school, I think. So, Xbox One Online asks, Aspire, can that work on .NET 7 or .NET 8 only? .NET 8. It's a .NET 8 and forward feature. So, no, not the workshop. How you doing there, Renee, CIO 8720? Good to see you. So we'll definitely be diving face first into Aspire in the next few weeks. That's going to be one of the first things that we do here. I think Blazor updates, as I look at how much JavaScript I've written, the Blazor updates are a necessary change coming here. Coffee glasses. I've not heard of coffee glasses, Lightjack. Tell me more. I'm intrigued. What I have tried, and you can see the links down below, I am a Gunner creator. You're going to see more of my photos with Gunner here over the next little bit. Let me get my Gunners out. I'm going to go with the Horde today. I've got the Horde glasses here. You can see they've got... Can we get the logo? Can you see the logo there? There it is. There's the logo on the side. And it's also etched right there on the glasses. So these are the special edition World of Warcraft Horde glasses. Now, our friend Fierce Kittens has the Alliance glasses. The Alliance glasses are a blue frame, light blue frame. They look all nice and pretty and friendly and happy. Alliance glasses. So we're looking at doing a little bit of something here where her Alliance glasses, my Horde glasses, and do something together there that might be a lot of fun. Keep an ear out for that. Basically double-walled glasses that are resistant to heat. Interesting. If you have a link, please share. I'd love to learn more. Bald-bearded Builder is here with a bang.
You keep using the Horde. I do not think it means what you think it means.
No, really. Black Friday stream. Do you get deals on app services or Cosmos TV? No. Sorry, you do not. Hello there, Riken from Serbia in YouTube. Welcome. How you doing there? No. Microsoft doesn't offer a Black Friday deal. Gosh. You got an EV code signing certificate. Yeah, that's cool. Hello. Let's head over to the code, right? This is and what I'm trying to do with some of what's going on with TagsApp, I want to make this very, very easy for folks to grab pieces of and contribute to. So maybe we are nearing a point where it makes sense to set up a TagsApp organization and start creating repositories for the various things that are out there. Oh, thank you, Alu, and we'll see. Friends, do you see who's here? Do you see who's here? Stop the press. Hang on. Wait. Do you see who's here?
Hold on to your butts.
Hi, Mom. It's It's Mrs. It's Mama C Sharp Fritz. Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is the wife. This is Mom. How you doing there, Mom? Yeah, look at it. And she even knows how to use the emotes. She's even got the dancing emotes going there. Look at that. So good to see you. We had dinner with Mom and family yesterday for Thanksgiving here in the States. Great time, and I'm going to humble brag as a father for a second. My younger daughter made dinner rolls, like from scratch. Didn't get the stuff in a can that you pop open and you make. No. She made dinner rolls from scratch to bring to Thanksgiving dinner yesterday with the family, and I can't eat them. Celiac disease. I have a problem with gluten, but apparently they were very well received. So I'm going to go to Light Jack's question there. Oh. Hang on. I thought when you said coffee glasses, I thought you were talking glasses. Now I see what you're talking about there. So, hello. Yeah, look at all the friends there saying hello, Mama Fritz. So, yeah, see, I got confused. I thought, right, I'm thinking, what, you put coffee inside your glasses or something, and there's a tube and you drink from it or something? That's weird. That's really weird.
Squirrel.
No, not that one. I wanted this one.
I think he's as dumb as a sack of hammers.
I am. Because I thought these were things you put on your eyes. You got one of those? So I have seen these. Very cool. Yeah, double-walled, so they're insulated. That's neat. Absolutely. But I've got the Fritz daughter made coffee mugs. Mom, you have a couple of those, don't you? I think they made a couple of coffee mugs for you too, didn't they? So, if I did that, if I had coffee in my glasses, you'd think I had a drinking problem, says Marcus. The glass is very thin, though. You're scared to use it. Oh, okay. Doesn't the glass break with it? There's an insulation thing going on here. No, that I got to get rid of the coffee messages there. We got to redo the Q&A bot. So there's a bunch of things here in the list of issues for TagZap. I need to go through and we can prioritize and build out some milestones here. But for milestone 4, the next one that we wanted to do here, there's a couple things that we wanted in here, but refactoring configuration is something that we have to do in order to make this a little bit more approachable for folks to be able to contribute. So I'm pressing pause on this for a little bit so we can do some work on the configuration here. Don't put it into normal glasses. These are made for it. Yeah. Right. That's pretty cool. I'll have to check those out. Thank you for sharing, Light Jack. But I am a fan. I might have just a few coffee mugs now. Just a few. So there's probably a mad person out there that made coffee glasses to wear, right? To be looking through coffee. That's weird. That's really weird. Not gonna lie, that's weird. Let me get my console open here, and we'll start setting up a little bit for the work we're going to do here. So I like to work with source control at the command line. I'm funny like that. Let me jump over to my main branch. What? Oh, I put a title on it. Nah, too bad. Because we merged the block users feature last time. So now you can go through, and if there's somebody who's mouthing off that you don't want to see their messages coming through on TagZap, you can now click a more button on their card, and there is a block user feature there that will block and prevent their content from it'll be rejected by default as it comes in. So that's another piece that we've discussed here, and we want to talk about at some point. It's going to be after configuration, is this concept of moderation pipeline. There's all kinds of things that happen as we evaluate messages that come into Tags app. Well, what do we do there? Right? So let's pull in my main. Your front end preferences? No, you can talk about them. That's okay. Push that up, and yeah, let's start talking here. Oh, well, I can clear out that other branch, right? So I'll delete the branch. Feature block. Instagram. Yeah, we want to do that at some point too. So I'm gonna call this ref config because we're refactoring the configuration. We're gonna rebuild this, relay this out, and do it some more. You prefer not to use HTML and CSS for front-end development? What do you prefer to use? You don't have too much of a choice on the web, so help me out here. Any guidelines for using var or specifying the type? Do you prefer Flutter? Okay. Lots of turmoil in the Flutter community this week. Lots of turmoil. Folks in the Flutter dev team are not happy with Google. Not happy is an understatement. Your guideline is don't use var. So in C#, I'm okay with using var if you're explicitly declaring on the right side, right? I mean, you have to in order to use var syntax. There's nothing wrong with using var. At compile time, it decides what the language is going to be, and there's no performance hit in using var versus declaring the type up front. So I like using var in my C#, so I prefer it. In C++, you use auto. Yeah, there you go. You can also use, yes, you can use the new keyword, right, for the target typed construction. Sure. No, I'm not going to cancel you at all, Mythin. So, to be clear, I know a handful of the folks on the Flutter team because they used to work on Visual Studio and the tools, the programming tools at Microsoft. They literally all picked up, went over to Google, and are doing the exact same thing at Google that they were doing at Microsoft for .NET, but they're doing it for Flutter. How you doing there, Evil Socket? Welcome. So, like, they went there to get paid. They went there because they had an opportunity to start something new and kind of make their mark. And what I'm hearing, some of the leadership does not appreciate the value that they bring and wants to pivot and do something different. Some of the Google leadership. That's what I'm hearing. I don't have the full story. And we'll see what that means. Flutter's been very, very open source with all of their practices and the things they're building. I don't wish harm on another language or stack, but of course I want .NET to be very successful, C# to be very successful, but it's a shame to see leadership of an organization take such a negative turn on a product stack that is a little bit central to the Chromium OS and applications that Google needs to build. Yeah, I'm not a C# fan. Nah, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Lasai used to put the type always in C#. The new team you use var everywhere, but for some methods, it's not the clear return type. You're not clear on the return type. Well, yeah, no, you need to be very clear on the return type coming in with var. Absolutely, I agree with you on that. Kyrex, how you doing there? It says using var means less code changes to use a different type. Yes, means right the what's the word I'm looking for? The amount of churn in your source code goes down if you're using var. Hey, Stinklewinks. Hello. Welcome. Right. See, well, if you're in C#, you are strongly typed, right? So, VS Code cleanup, take it out. Okay. All right. So let's dig in here a little bit. I'm gonna do a git push. So I set up the connection to my local branch out on the GitHub. Sinclairinator, I completely agree with that. Fick Cop, hello. When we write code, there's a certain amount of we want to optimize for what the machine is going to do with it. But let's not forget, we also have to optimize for what our human eyes read and understand there. So, you like my terminal config? This is Oh My Posh. All of my configuration for my terminal you can find in my .files repository out on GitHub. You're welcome to download and grab the background and the themes and use it however you'd like. S3BU, hello, welcome. Maxwell says you're learning HTML and CSS while watching. Welcome. We're going to be doing a bit of HTML and CSS work here, and we're going to get a little bit of help from Copilot to go into this. So, you're right, it's not Z Shell. I don't like Z Shell. I've been using Bash for so long, like it's ingrained with me. You know, I'm using PowerShell on Windows. I use Bash on Linux, and I can't use Bash on Mac because they won't let you change it from Z Shell. I put it in my profile. I put it in my terminal configuration. My Mac refuses to run Bash. Refuses. It's installed. If I type the command bash, it'll pivot and go to bash, but the Mac will not accept configuration to change over from Z Shell. Like, sorry, no, I don't want to use Z Shell. And that's me. That's my preference. But if other folks want to use Corn Shell or another shell, nope, not allowed. The Mac refuses to allow you to do that. And that's just wrong. That's what I did like, Jack. There's a profile config in the launcher that says shell to launch /bin/bash. Doesn't work. I put it in my profile, in my home directory to launch bash. Doesn't work. Yeah. So I don't get it. I've gone down that line many different ways, and no, it doesn't work. So let's start gutting a little bit of this. I'm gonna gut this like a fish. Let's get this open here. And while Visual Studio is opening here, I'm gonna split this. Karnak is not working, so you didn't see me run that command. I'll do it again. So I'll drop down into my tags app folder here. Alt Shift minus, I'm sorry. See, it says it there in the corner. Splits my terminal, the Windows terminal, horizontally here, so I can do some things in two different locations down here. And I'm going to use Alt Shift down, Alt Shift up to resize this. Because on the lower part here, I'm going to leave this open so we can do our Git commands down here. And up top here, I'm going to drop into my web folder so I can run and launch this. Let's do that now, just to make sure that folks are up to speed on what this does as we go into this. I'm going to catch up on, there were a couple messages here while that's launching. Makaru is new to C# and the company you're currently employed with uses ADO.NET and stored procedures. What is the modern tools that replaces this technology? Is it Entity Framework? Yes. Entity Framework is the tool that you see folks use that comes with .NET to do your interactions with the database. However, there are other micro frameworks that you can use. Dapper, D-A-P-P-E-R, is among them that you can use to very quickly generate and make connections to a database to fetch and work with data. What I like to do is I put a repository in front of my Entity Framework interactions. You'll see it in my source code here in a little bit, Makaru. But I'll put a repository pattern in front of it so I can change the Entity Framework, pivot it and have it use Dapper, or even fetch data from a cache instead. so that the implementation and details for how things reside in the database are hidden from the rest of my application. And then I have a facade that uses domain objects that it returns, that I always have. That repository is always delivering domain objects, not the actual content that's in the database. And we pivot and work with that so that when I do need to put stuff back in the database and update appropriately, my interactions become a little bit easier, and those database-specific things are only in one place. And I don't have those database concerns leak into the rest of my application. Hey, this is Tags app here a little bit, and you can see some of your messages from Twitch are going to pop up here, as well as I have a search that's already configured to bring back the .NET hashtag from Mastodon and Twitter. Now, I have Twitter turned off right now. See, it's turned off. Because it costs. Twitter imposes a $100 a month cost to fetch up to 10,000 messages to share and show on screen. Now, I showed this last time. I'm going to show it again just because I think it's so cool. I'm going to open... I had a Power BI dashboard that I put together here for Tags app during .NET Conf. If you think 10,000 messages is a lot of... It is not a lot of messages on Twitter, you would be wrong. During .NET Conf, we ran it for 2 days where we had folks interacting with the Microsoft staff. Here's the messages that came through, the frequency of messages that came through from all the platforms that we were connected to. Twitch, Twitter, our website, and Mastodon. On Twitter, we had 1,800 messages come through, 1,834 messages. Okay? It says 1,800 there, but it says 1080. Why? I wonder if this doesn't have the time filter on it. Come here, you. Yeah, it doesn't have the same time filter. So that 1,800 isn't even right. Stand by. I should put it on filters on this page. I want to bring in the timestamp on the filter here. We're going to do some advanced filtering. And we're going to say on or after it was the 14th at 11 a.m. Thank you. And on or before the 15th at 8 p.m. because this is in Eastern Standard Time. Apply. There we go. There it says 1100 and it's 1080 when we zoom in on just Twitter. Yeah, that's right. So, so really cool to see that. But if .NET Conf, with the hundreds of thousands of people that were watching .NET Conf, has only 1,000 messages on Twitter referencing it, you're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine. All right. So, catching up here, scrolling through some more of the chat. Lyso, how you doing? Welcome. One of the reasons you began with C#. Thank you. That is very kind. It's about time for Windows Terminal to happen when it... Yeah, Windows Terminal is pretty good. Learner0418, welcome. Thank you so much for the congratulations. Cyber Benny had to AFK for a while, circling back to running Bash on Mac OS. If you download iTerm, right. You can't use the embedded Mac terminal. It doesn't use it. The stock terminal is pretty weak. I think you're right. Zdo says, isn't the DB context considered a repository pattern? It is, but you're right, Zdo. Let me put that message up because I want to make sure that we chat about this just a little bit here. Flashbang. Let me grab just a couple of these. Yeah. DB context isn't a repository pattern. It's a little bit of a repository and a little bit of and Jeremy touches on it here a little bit further down. It's also a bit of a unit of work My concern with using DB context is your database structure and interactions leak into the rest of your application. It is absolutely, because it's an ORM, right, an object relational mapper, it is a it is a bit of a repository pattern, to be sure. However, it does leak your database structure, context, database structure, and provider into the rest of your application. And I want to hide that implementation so that it becomes easier to put a cache in front of it, to move things out from being an in-process connection to the database to maybe a microservice. By putting it behind an I repository pattern, now I can swap out that implementation and move it to use something else in process, move it out of process. Gives me a lot of flexibility with how I want to do those interactions. Zero Shinobi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you joining us. Hello. Warm Peas with a question here. Is there a shortcut to reset Visual Studio's IntelliSense? You have to restart Visual Studio for it to pick up new Blazor components for some reason. No, I don't know of one. I don't know of an interaction to reset. There is, where is it? There's a reset. I don't see it here anymore. And you will see I sometimes end up restarting Visual Studio to get it to pick up some of those things. Closing and reopening files usually triggers those Blazor components getting picked up. So, yes, next week we should be back on normal schedule, Dr. Cox. Yes. Yes, Twitter is dead. It's now X. Yeah.
Developers.
Thank you, Warm Peas. VS Code is developer reload window. There isn't anything like that in full Visual Studio. When do we use Azure App Config? Is it for centralized configuration management like the cleanup? How does Aspire help with the configuration? Am I going to have a config service? All very, very good questions. Yes, I think we're going to establish a configuration. There is an I configuration object in .NET. And it loads from many different locations. And I think we want something that's a little bit more strongly typed and that doesn't just read from Azure App Config, which is something that I was doing here in Tags app when we were running for .NET Conf. It can also read from Azure Key Vault. That I configuration reads from Azure Key Vault. It reads from what else? The in-memory configuration. It reads from files on disk. So many different places it reads from. I don't want to read from all of those. I want to put things in a database, which immediately feels like a security concern, but gives me the flexibility that I can put that database wherever I want. I'm not tied directly to something. Could I use feature management? No, I don't want to use feature management. These are configuration keys that are flexibly defined that we're going to pass around and have stored. So things like a provider's configuration, let's serialize that as JSON and lob that into database. That way, it's in one place, it's easy to grab, easy to load. However, we're going to be storing keys in there. It's not entirely secure. Right, because if somebody gets access to the database, all bets are off. I worry about that. Yeah, Blasai, Key Vault's a great option. Azure Key Vault lets you store, manage keys that are then accessible to other parts of the application. So maybe use data protection and add the key to that in Key Vault. So I don't. My thinking is, you're welcome. For the Oh My Pod. Are you one of the folks who works on Oh My Posh Stinklewinks? So my concern about putting a key or something in Key Vault is now I'm tightly coupled to Key Vault. I want TagsApp to be something that if you're a streamer, you can download and run locally. If you're not on Azure, you can grab a copy and deploy to wherever you'd like. I think there is a point where we stand up a hosted service, and some of those concerns that will run, that are going to be very tightly coupled to Azure, will take that step to tightly couple and work with it there. Makaru asks, is store procedure still used in modern .NET development? Yes. ORMs, can they handle the complex queries? ORMs can handle queries to a point. I was using store procedures with ClipTalk to format shift things, because there are ways that you will normalize and denormalize for speed in a SQL Server database. I was using store procedures to do that. So putting things into JSON format and being able to query and search across them in SQL Server, that's very, very efficient to do. But the ORM doesn't know how to do that very well. So I would pivot and do that. There were other things like that where to manage the normalization, denormalization, I would do in a store procedure, excuse me, and use Dapper to fetch that, hydrate my business objects inside of .NET and pass things along. Jeremy says Key Vault requires a lot of Azure config for something that's supposed to be home lab runnable, though. Exactly. It's a little bit much. Oh, you appreciate getting a reference to Oh My Posh. Okay, Stinkowinks. Sometimes there are folks that stop by that do work on some of these projects that appreciate the shout out for their project. Hashi Vault. Not familiar with that. Vault by HashiCorp. Yes, EF8 does make it a little bit easier to work with. So. But I'm thinking storing these foreign keys in a database, while not 100% secure, for the average user is secure enough. And we could build a configuration provider that fetches from Key Vault if we need, and stores in Key Vault if we need something much more secure. But for the typical person that's maybe running locally, put it into a SQLite database or something like that locally is okay also. So, so when I look around at I didn't really finish showing the nickel tour here. So we've got a list of users, and right now these users are all logged in using some remote service. For the out-of-the-box experience, we're going to want to allow folks to create local accounts. I had removed that previously. I think we got to bring it back in here. Yes, we want to be able to mix tools based on requirements. Yes, yes. Well, welcome, RetroSpark. Thank you for the introduction. Running on a Synology, that's right. Yep. Or dedicated servers like Raspberry Pis. I have a stack of 6 Raspberry Pis over here behind me that we were using for transcription using the OpenAI Whisper model for Clip Talk. They're shut down right now, but we could certainly deploy an instance of TagZap to that and have it load balance services across them, fetch from a central configuration database. Yes. So, Learner. Oh, that's very kind. Inspired by my videos and open source projects. Thank you. I hope we're going to get into this a little bit and have some fun here. So I showed the providers, and there's customization here, so you can customize the way that the waterfall display works. So that header there is customized coming out of here. I think we'll extend and add a lot more customization features in here, because not only do we want you to be able to customize the way that works, but customize the back of that card and the theme that's being displayed here. I think all of those are up for customization. And the YouTube chat connection here, it's got some work to go to make that a little bit easier to do, to work with. Looking here. What am I missing? I saw a message pop up. I don't know where it went. Oh, what is that? .NET Conf chat on the C# Discord. What, did somebody mention me over here? Don't see it. Okay, we're okay. Nope. Nothing to see here. Yeah, don't know who you are. Alright, we're good. Moving on. One-man team won't need to be hidden. Correct. Same for a small team. That's right. Yep. So, you could demolish a pie right now, Warm Peace. Hey, Dukasoft, thank you so much. That's very kind. You can see the new more actions here to get into message details, and we'll add some additional actions over here as we build more features, like mute terms, timeout for a certain amount of time, some of these folks. Other things that we'll add for different actions that you may want to take on a message besides just reject. I want to be able to reply, jump right to this message on Twitch and put me into a reply state, or drop me into Mastodon in a reply state for a message that we're interacting with, right? So if I go to just the Mastodon content and I say, you know what, I want to reply to Alvin's message here, be able to have a reply button here that jumps me right into my Mastodon instance and has me set up to reply to this message. Things like that will be coming as we build this out. So, would it be a Twitch extension? No. We're going to be adding features here. Let me see here. Swami Siva Kumar on YouTube. Welcome. Thank you so much for the message here. Says, I helped a lot learning new tech. Happy 6th anniversary. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a fantastic day wherever you are. Have a good one. Yeah, Learner, these aren't Twitch extensions. You can actually, right, there's hyperlinks that you can use to jump through to get to some of these features. So, but that's a little bit of what TagZap does for now. We're going to add a lot more to this and grow this. But I think not today. When we get on the other side of the configuration stuff, we'll start considering moving TagZap into its own organization. Because there's pieces there that I think we want to evolve and start using. in other places, integrations that we want to consider, suggest, and make available for folks. I think there's at some point here, close that Discord that was notifying me. I think at some point here, there's libraries that we would put out for Python and Node for folks to be able to grab a library so that they can integrate TagsApp into their website. Stuff like that. Later discussions. Later discussions. So, the configuration, all this configuration over here, especially the providers, right? Like, if I open the Twitter provider here, right? All of this configuration here, and look, it shows you just the beginning of that bearer token. And we need to simplify, remove some of this, but I want to get it all stored in one place, all pulled from that one place, so that when you first start up TagsApp, none of the providers are activated. And you choose, here's which ones we want, and they start to come online. Nitro Evil!
_ just resubscribed for 25 months.
Thank you so much. 25 months with us, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Yes, learner, this should be an exciting roadmap. The features are there and they work now, but because of how tricky it is to set up the configuration, it's not easy. It's not something that the typical person can set up and run. So we want to improve that out-of-box experience to make this easy for folks to start using. So, right, like the homepage is like a feature desert here. Like, because I'm in development mode, I put a test UI on here. So, additionally, as we build these startup features, I want to make sure we write playwright tests for these. Let's get them exercised by our integration tests as we add features. So, what do we do? How do we do this? How do we start gutting and moving features around here? I don't know. Here's the thing, right? Let's talk this through for a little bit, because we've got a couple different things here that we've got to consider. We got to move around and decide and figure out what we want to do. Do I break out PowerPoint and let's do that, sure. And let's do a diagram or two here to kind of talk this through, get us all kind of on the same page, right? Because PowerPoint has a nice diagram toolbox here we can use to draw and do some things here. So, right, we have a website for TagsApp, right? Right, that's tagsapp.web is that project, right? Absolutely, learner. Check out the link right at the top of chat there. Click through, it'll take you to the source code. You're welcome to download the source code. You're welcome to tinker with it. Open issues, send in pull requests. Absolutely. That's right. That's part of my MO here is I don't want to be building this myself. I want folks to learn and tinker and join us on this journey. Yeah, ignore that. Ignore that for spelling purposes. Come on now. Come on. Thank you. So we have the website here, and there's a couple different places that that we're going to get data from. Right? Where's the stinking? There it is. There's the can. Pardon me while I bring out my can here. What? There it is. Right? So we have content that it fetches and it presents for the website, right? Back over, draw. No. Where are my shapes? Shapes. Right, so we fetch data from this content database and present it. But we've also got, right, somewhere over here we have config. And right now actually we have config in several places, right? So we have environment variables in config. We have a database config, and it's not just a database. Ugh. We have Postgres config. And we've also got a SQLite config. And that is hideous. That is awful. Goes it right? So these are injected. No. I want another arrow, man. Shapes, arrow, right? And that's awful. That is terrible to manage and means that we've got stuff just all over the place. So if I were to put everything into a Postgres database, right? Because that's what this is over here. There's also an option to do it with SQLite. So that you have that lightweight database on disk. Hey there. Who do we have joining us there? Always Junior. Welcome. That's right. I'm using PowerPoint and not Visio. Why? Because I don't have Visio. And PowerPoint's easier to do this. Finding a way to separate and unify the config must be a challenge in itself, given that you need it to be simple. Right, learner. Therein lies the rub. Because I can choose to put it in one of these 3 locations, and I want you to be able to key in the configuration. And we did a nice job with that to be able to key in the configuration here. But it's also a little bit painful to actually get to this point to key in this stuff, because you need to actually define where the database is and how to set up and get connected into it. It's going well, low quality plays. How you doing there? So with .NET, we can't save back to an environment variable easily. Oh, hang on. I don't even have this all the way correct. Stop the press. Right? Because we also have app settings JSON configuration files sitting out there as well, right? And I can hear Jeremy kind of smirking in the background there, like, yeah, he's got a real mess there for all the different places that this can pull from. Now, app settings and environment variables, they can work together and kind of reconcile between each other where that stuff goes. And we can write into the app settings file, right? We can do that from .NET. And when we write into it, it'll reload and identify, and that stuff's available. But for something like a container, when you knock down a container and you restart it, you're going to need to reestablish a connection to the database. Now, we could write that into an app settings file inside. Yeah, Jeremy, you're right. Using iOptions Monitor or iOptions Snapshot. You're right. That's the technology that we kind of use to get that stuff. Here's what I'm thinking, all right? And chat room, I want to get some validation from you here, right? Hey there, Stemple Hengst. Welcome. So, what if we yeah, what if we get rid of this one? No, I need this one if it's hosted locally, don't I? Next tab DE. Hello. Welcome. I've got to pause and acknowledge the raid there. Welcome in, raiders. You know what? I should wait just a few seconds because I know there's a pre-roll coming through there. We're being raided there, friends. You heard the train horn. Hello. There we go. I think you're on the other side of the pre-roll. How you doing there, friends? Thank you so much for the raid. Bringing your friends, 24 friends over to the channel with you. What were you doing over on your channel? Thank you. 6 years on Twitch. Yes. So we're being raided on Twitch right now. Thank you so much. So welcome in, raiders. My name is Jeff Fritz. It is my 6-year stream anniversary writing code here on Twitch. We're having some fun redesigning a little bit of configuration for Tags app. What were you doing over there on your channel? Let us know. Thank you so much. First time rating us. Appreciate it. Web design, web dev with WordPress, mostly in German. Guten Nachmittag to you. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate that. I option. Yeah, well, I think we're going to do something with that Sinclairinator. Let me finish greeting our raider friends. Sucking down coffee like it's nobody's business here. So, yeah, appreciate that. So we're trying to figure out how we can consolidate a bit of these configuration options and make it clear that this is going to be consolidated and improved a little bit here. So what if we did this? Let's break this thing, get rid of this, right? Take these two and let's take these two. I'm going to move them off the top here. Right? Can we move them way off the top? And let's put come on, where's the database? There it is, the cylinder. Let's put provider and customization configuration and move this. And then we can put in a double arrow. I know it's here. I've seen all the videos where they do this. Right? I've seen all the videos where they do it. Now I'm going to actually use it. You know what I mean? View. Where's the setup? It's over here, isn't it? Right, so that's the way it is right now. And we're going to do this. What do you think? Right? So we've got those 4 configuration options. We're going to move it so that it's like that. And the only thing we'll put into app settings is the database connection. So when you start up, right? And chat room, keep me honest on this. Thank you so much, Next Tab. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Best of luck with the kids. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So, if we go from here, where we've just got configuration willy-nilly all over the place, and we move to this model, we've got our connection string that we set up and we save into app settings at startup. After that happens, we establish the customization tables in the database. We also apply migrations where necessary. And then establish, here's where the configuration is. Which providers do you want to turn on? what configuration settings do we need for those providers, and they all get stored in my customization tables in the database. And that database could be SQLite if we're running locally. Oh yeah, by the way, because when we put things into Blazor, we're going to stand up a native application using Blazor Hybrid to do this exact same thing. And it's going to be glorious. And then you'll be able to have that out-of-box turn on all of these features. I need some more indents.
And then?
You'll be able to configure your out-of-service authentication providers.
And then?
Assign roles to users.
And then?
Turn on and off various providers. What do you think? You kind of want to see my answer for auth between web and Maui versions? Coming soon. Like, when we get there, I'm going to be inviting our friends Maddie and David, maybe even Beth Massey and Alon to join us. So this way we have a portable app that is a container, so you can deploy and run it on your favorite cloud with your favorite database storage. The customization and configuration we can repivot to store in Key Vault if you're on a cloud service, or store in whatever database provider this is. We'll make a provider model in front of this.
And then?
We can also run it as this is a SQLite database running locally. I see applause from Sinclairinator. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think there's options here to invite in a bunch of our friends. Right, because after we get to this, I think we start getting into... Oh, come on, where's the shapes? I keep losing it here. Shapes. I think we start getting into... Right. Now let's just do this. Bring to front. Ah, nuts. Didn't stack the way I thought it would. Ah, that's fine. But let's grab this whole enchilada. Somewhere down here. Somewhere down here. And we'll put an arrow in there. So it does this. And morph. So now, this is the way we are now. We're going to do this. And then we're going to do that. Have a good one, Mythin. Thank you so much for tuning in. I think that's where we go. Now, these are options here. So, all right. Let's start throwing some wrenches here and breaking things. What do you think? What do you think? First things first. I'm going to break that connection string in app settings. And I'm going to remove the loading of everything from configuration, iConfiguration, because we're going to create our own configuration provider that loads and reads from either Key Vault or SQLite or Postgres. Those are the three databases we support now. At some point in the future, yeah, we should probably dial in SQL Server. But they're all hiding behind a repository pattern, coming back to what I was saying way earlier today, so that I can swap in and out features later. All right, let's do this. How do we want to go get this stuff? Tell you what I'm going to do first. I'm going to close all these things. Close all the nonsense there. What does the out-of-box experience look like? Let's take a look at app settings JSON. Thank you. Right, so configuration is sitting in here. I've also got a user secrets JSON hanging out there, but I only want to use this. I'm not even gonna put moderation enabled in here. I only want to use this for the connection string. So we'll specify. I'll come back to your question there in just a second. We'll specify. Here's the database connection. Here's the application provider and connection. So we end up with 3 bits of connection information here. Right? Here's the content database connection string, and here's the connection string and provider for the application configuration. And I want to draw a line. Application configuration is the providers. Yeah. Dishonored King, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Blasta CL97. Having issue with Tailwind CSS class names in Razor files in the new .NET 8 Blazor project. Followed all the steps. I would need to see some examples of what you're running into. Share a little bit of your code in the Discord server. Folks can see that, and we can take a little bit further look at that. Hey, Eric. Good to see you. Welcome. Hello. I finished my coffee. I have iced tea. Arnold Palmer iced tea. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So I'm going to move a chunk of this out, which means we're also going to be loading our configuration. And we tried setting up our own configuration provider that adheres to iConfiguration. Some of you that are .NET developers, that sounds like a good idea. It wasn't. It was really bad. It did not work. It hurt to build that. So let's start gutting this like a fish. You know what I mean there, friends? Like, let's move quickly and break things. So I think I'm going to move moderation enabled down here, and I'm going to comment out a whole lot of this nonsense. I know it's not valid, Jason, but you know what? I don't care. Yeah, I'm going to go all the way down to here and just comment the whole smash out. Like, we're going to move this stuff. Establish our own configuration object and make this a thing. So I'm going to head back over into Solution Explorer, and I don't have plans of how this thing's going to work. We're going to build unit tests and capabilities along the way here. I want to hear from you, chat, as we're going through and doing this, because I'm literally flying by the seat of my pants, and I have no idea what the heck I'm doing.
People know me.
They do. We're going to, yes, right, Svava? Let's write some tests and make sure this works. We have an iConfigure provider thing over here that takes in iConfiguration. I'm going to create our own interface here. Yeah. And I don't care what it's called because I'm going to rename it and use features here in Visual Studio to remove and clean this up a little bit. There we go. I want something simple here. We're going to make this a public interface, and I'm going to call this iConfigure tags app. I want a central object that knows how to configure tags app, right? That's right, Eric. That's a great way to put it. Svava says it's spot on here. Love having a good test because it provides, right? good tests provide insurance. Think about that. Ensuring that it still functions the same way as we designed it. So we're going to get some tests around this because we're going to break things quickly. And we've got our history. This is why we have source control. This is why we have GitHub. So if we get into this stuff and you know what? It stinks and we don't like it, revert. Go back. I forget what that looked like. Go back to the source code. We can download it and edit and put stuff back in there. Hold the press. Hang on. Friends, do you see that? We got something we got to share here. Look at this. Taylor landed your first developer job this past week using the .NET stack. Congratulations, Taylor. We got to celebrate that. That is phenomenal to hear. All the best to you. When do you start? When do you start? That is awesome to hear. Oh, so happy for you. We got to celebrate that. Thank you for sharing. That is awesome to hear. That is great stuff. Yeah, love seeing the congratulations. Absolutely. Let's offer some kind words there to Taylor. Thank you, Chaotic Monkey. You followed an article from Chris Sainty, how to set it up. Chris has some great articles about that. So, waiting on a background check and some other formalities. Okay. Just graduated in May. Finding a job has been rough. First steps. All the best to you there. That's great news. All right, let me get back to a question here from Manoj. How will the Postgres configuration database be seeded with configuration? SQLite is a file, so no need to worry about persistence of the file, but if it's Postgres, we need to create the database from backup or something when the config database comes up. So, great questions here from Manoj. So, Entity Framework Core has the ability to not just apply what we call migrations that will create the structure for our database, build those tables and structures inside our Postgres or SQLite database that we can use to store. But Entity Framework Core also has the ability for you to seed records, right? So to create that initial set of data in the database. So to exactly your point, I don't know where I'm pointing here. To exactly your point, Manoj, I think we'll define what some of those default settings are. And when you choose and say, here's the database that I'm using, we can then kick off the upgrade process. Migrate. Let's build out those tables appropriately for Tags app.
And then?
Load all the default settings. This is a very good point from Manoj here, and we'll absolutely do that and get things loaded and running there. Let me take this question from J. Peart Palomino on YouTube. Is it possible to work with just stored procedures before using link queries or ORM? Yes, it is. In Entity Framework Core, you can specify that the ways to load tables is using stored procedures. Now, in doing that, you're giving up a little bit of the code generation capabilities that Entity Framework gives you. But when you load up and execute those stored procedures, you then can receive and query and interact with that data in memory. So it is possible. I like to move those stored procedures out and run them actually separately using Dapper and wrap the whole thing with a repository interface. So, yeah, that's right. Taylor, Surly Dev makes a good point here. You've learned a lot in university, in college, but this is where you're really going to start learning. And right, I think that's something that some of the seasoned developers that we have here in chat, notice I didn't say old, where some of the seasoned developers that we have here in chat can share with you, you're always going to be learning. Take some time and learn. Join us on stream and chat and have a good time, telling jokes and whatever, but watching events like .NET Conf and Microsoft Build and what have you, you're always going to be learning. Who is using Entity Framework code first migrations in production? I did, JSteph. When we built Tags app for .NET Conf, I deployed the container, set up a connection string in app service, and it built out my Postgres database for me in production. Now, we're going to improve that experience here just a little bit, and we're going to conditionally have those migrations run in just a little bit here. Stay tuned. You're welcome, JP. Hey, all the best to you. I hope you're having a great day there watching on YouTube. Thank you so much. Digital Drummer Jay's been using Code First migrations in production for 5 years. Nice. Regex Mastery. Oh, Taylor. Oh, good luck. Steve says if I'm concerned about storing keys in a database, I could also modify a JSON config on the machine through a UI. I could, but when we think about using if we're using a container in a cloud service, that config file goes away if we knock down that container and start up another one, or that config file isn't portable with that container. So I appreciate you've got some valid points there, Steve. I'm trying to find a one size fits all type of solution. It's a good point, and that's where I think. Let me back up here for a second. Where I think the connection strings that we put here, let's just write it for a second here. No. I want to have the app configuration DB. Let's call it app config connection, and that's going to point to something. And I want to be able to say app config provider. Thank you, Copilot. So to a little bit of what Steve is saying, absolutely. And I love the spitballing, discussing here. That's why I talk to chat. Otherwise, I'm talking to the wall in my home office, and my kids look at me a little weird. Dad's talking to the wall again. There's something wrong going on there.
Everything is awesome.
But see, I can make the excuse that no, I'm talking to a camera and my friends on the internet. You call seasoned in abundance of life experience. True. I like that. So, by doing it this way, so here's what I'm thinking, Steve. So we can say the provider is SQLite and it's a file on disk. The provider is Postgres and it's a connection string to somewhere else. Or at some point in the future, we could say the provider is Azure Key Vault or some other provider that we allow you to inject and reference, and it'll go off and appropriately interact with Key Vault for those application configuration things, like the providers. Mostly providers, I think, is what we're talking about here for these things that we might want to dial up security. For other configuration things like the colors and the naming and the background, right? Like thinking this through, it's not running right now, so it's broken. I won't let me click through to these. But the customization of the colors and things, store them with the content. I don't care about that. The YouTube chat configuration, store that with the provider interactions. So you talk to your Vader rubber duck. I have this rubber duck that my younger daughter gave me. And then my older daughter gave me a crocheted cow, I think this is. I think it's a cow. So, I have those there. And of course, I now have a .NET Bot race car.
Napalm Codes
Napalm!
Subscribed for 19 months.
Thank you so much. 19 months. Napalm did a lot of this original work on designing the layout and interactions for the provider configuration. And we're going to take the work that Napalm established, and I want to remove a bit of the reflection that's in there, and let's put it somewhere a little bit standard and really lock this down so it's easy for folks to interact with, and we get a better startup experience. So, hey, Hell Constantine, I'm doing great. My God, there's some really good comments and questions coming in here. Let me grab a couple of these here, and pin them down so we can get back to that. There's some. My gosh, you, chat, you've got some great stuff here. Let's see here. So, backing up here, J. Steph says more fond of DAC pack. So that's a database configuration tool that you can use. Looks more modular and maintainable. That's cool. Maybe you didn't use enough EF code first migrations. DAC pack's a nice thing. It lets you set up and define, here's my database project, so you can also do a little bit of source control on your database configuration. It's nice. It gets you very coupled to some of the Microsoft tools around that. For flexibility in interacting and working with other providers and being able to do things at the command line or programmatically, I do like the EF code first migrations, and you're going to see how we're going to conditionally have them start up at the same time. Start up during the configuration load time. Chaotic Monkey says, be worried when the wall talks back. I don't do any hallucinogenics. I don't do any of those, so we're okay there. It's just whiskey for me here. Wasn't there something in .NET Conf around configurations? There was. Yes. I'm not a fan of it. When we think about how flexible and extensible the configurations are that we're putting into Tags app, it doesn't quite meet my entire solution here. The day Copilot can answer in spoken word, that's going to be wild. Don't give them any ideas, Serge. Sean says, how will I really know if I'm talking to people online or the wall? You make a good point. J. Peart Palomino on YouTube says, how would you take the decision to deploy an API service into the same server which is running your database? Don't know. Figure that out later. Good question. Don't know. We'll figure it out later. As we're going along, yeah. There was a talk called .NET Configurations in Depth. Yes. Right? .NET Configurations in Depth. Ta-da! And this is from... doesn't say the speaker name here. There we go. Come from Chris Ayers. Yeah, and he talks about all the different ways that keys are managed and where they come from and how they get into your application. Yes. For our purposes, for Tags app, I want to wrap that configuration interaction because we're going to pull from several different locations. DAC pack is good for SQL Server for other providers. Yeah, it's not. There's a significant difference there. Jeff's hat stand? I tried to rubber duck and talk to the hat stand, but can only offer advice on hats. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. All right, so I was starting to go through here and gut some of this like a fish. So let's do that. No. Yeah. Ignore the word tags. Now you know what tags is. No. Rename the file to match. Thank you. There's so many ways to do different things out there. Yeah, right? This is where art and engineering cross. And we get to do some fun things. When a mommy key and a daddy key love each other very much. Hey! Hey there, Big Pod. Hello. All right, let's dig into this. Is it a bad idea to have a gRP config service containers and apps just to do RPC first time? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea also. Sure. But when we think about a large service that's hosting and delivering content, right? A distributed service, right? Think about Tags app for the masses. Do we need an RPC service, or would Key Vault solve that problem for us very, very nicely? Maybe. Maybe. There's interesting pluses and minuses there when we get to that size, right? And when we think about what Key Vault is, it is a bit of an RPC service that's dedicated to storing configuration. Lots of options, right? And at some point, we need to be opinionated about those options that we're going to support. So, so in starting our configuration service here, I think we need some sort of a initialize, right? Initialize configuration, right? Configuration string provide. Do I have a configuration provider? No. Well, they'll. I'm gonna end up with some reflection in order to load and pick up the different things. At DH, you're the designated hitter? Reminds you of the Windows XP configuration screen. Hey, Chillaxthor. Hello. Right, what provides... Oh, DreamHack. Yes. Right, so we're going to have some sort of public, static, class, configure, tags, app, factory, right? Public, static, I configure tags app, string provider, string configuration string. Task set configuration provider. And actually, this won't need these. Get from app set. Get from standard I configuration. So I will need I configuration here. Thank you. If I do something like that. Copilot, you're intriguing me, but not yet. Enjoying loud music, body odor, and hey! We need a caffeine provider. True. How do I display the key shortcuts? Learner, so that what you're seeing in the corner, that's called Karnak. I'll open Karnak so you can see it here. I'll crash Karnak so you can't see it here. It just crashed. There it is. So lets me specify where. I have two displays here. This is actually it's a 4K display that's above me here that I use when I'm teaching at my other set, the stand-up set behind me. I need to finish setting up my microphones and stuff for over there. But I can specify the locations of things. I can specify the appearance of that content. And it will load and display those hotkeys in the corner. So that's called Karnak. Yeah, there you go. And the Fritzbot actually got that question right. Monster has a big truck. Ooh. Spent ages trying to figure out why you couldn't install GitHub Copilot chat extension. Yeah, you need to be on the latest version of that stuff. So, yeah, so if this no. How useful is Copilot? It's huge. JSteph, we're gonna get to this in just a second. Wait do you see this? In the connection string section. No. Come on, write some code for me now. Get tags app. What did we call it? App config connection. And what was the other one? App config provider. No. I want you to actually do it now. No! Come on. It's not doing it. Get connection string. Yeah. App config connection. It's not. It didn't do it for me. Thank you. Generated that one for me. So now I have the connection string and the provider. If those are empty, right? Because these will deliver null strings. Right? If string, yes. Provider. I don't want to return null, but I want to return like an empty one of these. Like it's quite literally a dummy one that does nothing. So let's public class empty tags app. No. Configure. I can't type anymore. Somebody type for me. Right, so this will... and I want to have an instance of this just available. Public static. Yep, there we go. Return empty instance. There we go. So if we don't have a provider, give me nothing.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
There you go. Now you know what hat I'm wearing. It's my Legend of Zelda hat. Unemployed dev asks, how am I doing? Doing well. Can you do Scada or Scala? Scada? What do you mean by Scada? Help me out there. So if we do have a... So... identify and load the provider. I'm going to end up with some reflection here. Darn it! Correctly. Okay. Otherwise, here for this set configuration provider, and let's move this out. Supervised control and data acquisition. Can you do that? I'm not familiar with it, so I can't answer that. Sorry. System for analyzing real-time data to monitor and control equipment. Haven't tried it. You should be able to, because you can do pretty much everything in .NET and C#. So, Eric asks, do EF core migration scripts apply the same regardless of the provider in use? No, they are different. The various provider scripts behave differently. There are different syntax if you're using Postgres versus SQLite versus SQL Server. Unfortunately, there are differences in those scripts. So, open app settings, JSON, and write. Yes, do that. Sure, do it.
Developers.
I think Copilot is revolting against me. It's become sentient, friends. What happened?
60% of the time, it works every time.
This isn't creepy at all, is it? No. Come on, open it up. No. So this is going to be app settings. Yes, do that. Find the... Yes, do that. Oh, really? What's that? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we want it to look like. That's right. And then save the file. Come on. Come on, Copilot. Let's go. You make me sad. Identify the connection strings section. Yes, I know that. Maybe I shouldn't do it with open write. Can we do this with JSON serializer, deserialize, and can we pass in a file? No, it wants... There's a lot of options here. Holy smokes. All right, let's go back. Hang on. So we've got that. JSON serializer, deserialize, app settings file. No, I want to read everything. You thought about what I said the other day about Maui support for Linux, and you decided to fully transition to Java. Okay. If that works for you, great. Thank you, Surly. Right, I want to do a read to end. That's like a string, right? If we do this as a stream, no. Stream reader, new stream reader. Stream path, there we go. So if we do this as app settings, JSON, right? I should be able to do, yeah, there we go, read to end. So now I've got the whole thing loaded up, right? Right? Yeah. That's going to deserialize, but it's not going to give me a... It's just going to give me an object. So maybe I don't want to deserialize. Because I don't have a type. You'd love to see it at some point in the future. It's... Folks aren't... The open source community isn't writing it. If the open source community isn't writing it, then they're not interested in having it. Uno platform does support it, yes. I'm going to read and get a JSON document from here. So maybe I want JSON document. Right? Parse. Now I've got it, right? So now this is a JSON document. So the connection strings section equals... Go get it. No. App settings JSON. No, not to string. Right, I want to traverse it. Traverse the app settings JSON and grab... Yes. Come on. Fine. Okay. That's eventually what we want to do. Should I just copy this into... Right, like, let's... Where'd the rest of my code go? I don't know what it did. I mean, it created a file out here somewhere. I don't know where that file is. I don't know what that is. Okay, so it's going to do get property... okay, root element get property connection strings. I think that's right, right? Root element connection strings. Okay. Is it a property? I don't know. Get property app connect config connection. Is that app config connection? Okay. Dot value. So it's not dot value. It's try gets. Is it? No. So we have the property. That's an element. So can we say equals this? Right? And then can I say constring element? There's all the gets. Like it's an element. How do I set the value? Yeah, Copilot seems very trolly today. I don't know what's going on there. Set the value of this JSON element to just generate some code. Yeet. See, that's it does a get property and then it says dot value, but that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. System text JSON JSON element set value. How do we do that? What's the name of the option to see the current class methods in that blue part at the top of the editor? That's called sticky scroll. And it's not here. There it is. Group the sticky current scopes to the scrollable region at the top. Maximum sticky lines 100. So, yeah. How do you change the value of a JSON element? Like, oh, that's awful. There it is in Newtonsoft. No. That's so clumsy. Yeah, how do we replace the value? Yeah, okay, that's a big enough question there, friend. Writer, write property name. That's annoying. Evox with a thing here. No, I'm not using configuration. Hang on. But when we write, where does it write it to? Open exe configuration. get the app settings, and then settings app. Okay, that feels like a much better user interface to use. Let's do that. Let's do that. Instead of trying to hack it like I'm doing here. Wait a sec. That's Configuration Manager. That's .NET Framework. That's .NET Framework, not .NET 8. Yeah. That won't work. Open app. Use iConfiguration to open app settings JSON and modify the contents. Configuration builder, base path, directory, current directory, add JSON file. And then writing it out. This should be... Right? Right? Consequently, we need... Really? Yeah, because I'm still in RC2. That's fine. What do you mean it doesn't know what set base path is? There's another configuration thing that I need there. There's manage NuGet packages. Microsoft extensions, configuration. What do we got? File extensions. This one. You. I don't know where that is. Don't save. This should know what that is now. No. Where'd those errors go? Where is this? Common. You. Goodbye. Yeah, I know. I'm working on that. Okay. What else? Yeah. That one. I should upgrade. There we go. And now it doesn't know what add JSON file is. Is there another thing that I'm missing here? Like that one? I'll eventually upgrade everything to .NET 8. Now, we're not going to upgrade to .NET 8 just yet. There it goes. Cool. That sure looks like it should work. Okay. So we have a way to set the configuration provider. And we should have a list of available configuration providers. Yeah. We'll get that together somewhere else. And to create I think we probably also want to receive an I service provider. There we go. Okay. Okay. So then we have an initialize and get configuration by ID. Yep. Let's make this a task. Set configuration by ID. Yes. Okay. Right, because configuration is all about setting and reading values. That's it. I like where this is going. What's the purpose of using a task method if it doesn't have async calls inside? So you can return the task, if you'd like, and let it run sometime later if you wanted. By doing things async task, you can have it run right now and return that pointer to here's when it completes. Here's what I need to do. I'm going to take a quick break. Right? Let's go back over here. I need to take a quick break. I want to get a beverage. And take a bio break, these types of things. Give me just and you know what? Let's raise some money for the kids here. I'm gonna run an ad for 2 minutes while I step away, but I will be right back, and we're gonna continue diving in here and refactoring this configuration, moving it into one place and consolidating everything to one configuration here. Yeah. Join me in just a few minutes here, all right? See you in a minute. All right, I think I got it. I think we're good here. Where'd the button go? Ah, hello. Did the commercial actually run? I clicked the ad button. Is it still running? It's not clear. It did. You saw the ads. Okay, I didn't. So I was getting a message in chat. What is this? I don't know what that is. Oh, there we go. Okay, there it is up top. All right. Yeah, it's not quite there. It's not quite as visible as I'd like. All right. Hey, it's that Junie Von Esch. Hello, hello. Some straight gyke. Is the stream starting? No. Sorry, stream's not starting. Nope. And yes, those of you who are subscribers, you did not get an advertisement. That's correct. So, all right. Moving on, we're diving back in here. Good morning. Happy what? Happy anniversary. Thank you. Did I check out the new Blazor features? Yes. Did you?
What'd you do?
I wrote code. We're making it better. We're making it stronger. We're improving it. We're working on TagZap. You see the link to TagZap right at the top of chat over there. If you're watching on YouTube, it's just below. We have folks watching on YouTube. We have folks watching on the Twitch service. We're on both services right now. And if you chat, your messages will go back and forth. You see it running down the side there on YouTube. You see it in normal Twitch stuff over here. Right? And it does send messages back and forth between the services. There you go.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
That is the wrong hat detection. Wrongo. Try again. Yes, it knows what this hat is. Don't give me that nonsense.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Anyways, that's not the right hat. This is my Seattle Kraken secondary logo hat. I have a couple Seattle Kraken hats. Not gonna lie. Just like I have a couple Las Vegas Golden Knights hats. Config files. Yes, they do get copied to the execution directory. Yes, let's head back over there. We're working on improving configuration and the initial startup experience for TagZap in an effort to improve it for everybody, and especially for developers who want to contribute to TagZap. So, do I know anyone who makes streams and is using Orleans in practical projects? So that's been suggested to me as part of the messaging pipeline. We could bring that in and use Orleans for TagZap. I don't know anybody who does it currently, but that was an architecture suggestion. We could learn all about Orleans and bring that in. It's not at the top of my agenda right now, but it's definitely on the agenda. Speaking of the agenda, 2 days ago when I was streaming, Dukasoft had a redemption for Hamster's voice mode. And I'm overdue on delivering that. I'm overdue.
That's not gonna work. There it is! Here we go! Let's do a little hamsters mode here. It's one of these buttons. It's which one? Eeny, meeny. That one! Here we go! Yes, 5 minutes of hamsters mode. Hamsters configuring applications. News at 11. Alright, let's do do this. Let's have some fun with doing a little configuration here. So, no, what was that? Papyrus? Papyrus. Really? I don't have it on my... I do need to reestablish the thing here. Actually, wait a minute. Do I... Is it... It might be over... No, it's not here. I need one. Alright. Font. Just because you want to be evil. No! Something else came up. Go to that in a minute. I have a sneaky suspicion I know what it is. I know! There's Papyrus. And there's your font. For 15 minutes. And light mode. See, now I have to go back into the font. Because it doesn't remember it for some reason. I've complained about this several times. There it is. Back to that. Stand by while we change glasses because light mode. That's better. Now I can see my code. Hamsters and sunglasses and light mode and Papyrus. Yeah. Alright. Can I do bold on that? Because that looks really thin. That is bold. Are you kidding me? Alright. So what I want to happen when you start this up, I want us to hit a configuration startup screen that you have to go through and say, okay, here's the database I'm using. And it start building out the configuration there. And then turn on various providers with your configuration. Have a good one, Ahmed. Thank you. It hurts your eyes. I have to work with it. Trolling me. Something extra very bold. What is it, like a coffee? Or a wine? Just what we need. Redeeming to make Fritz drink. No. So if I'm going to have this kind of middleware that stops starting up and says, hey, do we have configuration? We can do that inside the factory here, right? Because theoretically, when we initialize the application, we're going to create and have this available for us. No, this isn't the worst font. And Svava knows there are others. Where was I? Let's go. How do we want to do this? I want a little bit of middleware that checks if it were configured and load appropriately. No. Public static, I configure, nah, is configured, right? And it's going to start off false. At the point that we create the first one, right, here, so we know that it can configure, so we'll set it to true. I know! It's awful! But we're stuck. Hamster's mode is done. let's just go right into something more fun, right?
Now we know.
And
That's
knowing
the
is
wrong
half the
hat.
battle.
That's the wrong hat. T-Pain mode. Yeah. No background music though. What? Turn the background music back on. That's part of the charm of this. Here we go. Because you gotta auto-tune the code. Let's do this. So it is configured. So now I need a little bit of middleware. A little bit of middleware that, if it isn't configured, route me over to a startup screen that says, you must configure this. Yeah. Let's go down here. We're gonna close that and this. Some of those. One of these. Let's put this in. Now we're gonna put it right up front here somewhere. Stick it way down here. Just stick it there. Voldemort style voice? Oh, really? You don't say. We've got plenty of that. Let's create some middleware. Startup config middleware. Right? And when we configure middleware, we're going to be doing it inside, program CS. Middleware lets us intercept processing of the website and reroute it to do other things. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to check to see, has it been configured yet? And if not, reroute. So let's put this in to control processing. Before you try to do anything else, make sure we have our database and configuration available and route appropriately. So that's going to come in somewhere down here. After we know we're development, after we have a cookie policy, after we configure routing. But before authentication and authorization. No. Do it now. Do it now! Something like that. We don't need SignalR yet, because we're not going to do any of that stuff. So... and we're not initializing security, because we don't have security, because we don't have config. So let's do this. App dot... there's like a use middleware. There it is. Yes. And I'm going to call this startup config middleware, like that. Is it use or is it map? Is that a class or a method? Yes. No, it's right over here. Public startup config middleware. See, it's right there. Oh, I forgot to put. Thank you. So now it knows what that is. Yeah. And I forget the syntax we need for our middleware. Yes, type middleware parameters. And it doesn't tell us anything about that. And you feel shame. Format of middleware for the use middleware method. Let's see. Use middleware, logging middleware, and it takes request delegate next as the constructor. I can do that. Okay, back over here. So inside this, we need a constructor. Don't mind if I do. Request, what was it again? Request delegate. Right, so that's a pointer to here's what the next thing is. Why don't you know what that is? You know what that is. Primary constructor? Well, hang on. Give me one of them first. Sure. I'll do it as a primary constructor. Don't mind if I do. I would also like I configuration. No. Spell it right. Close enough. Who dat? Blurry, thank you so much for the follow. T-Paint mode is over at, somebody was saying something about something Voldemort-y. Something Voldemort-y. Let's see. What about this one? Too much. Or maybe this. No. No. Come on. I know you can load that. It's the clown. No. No. Sorry. Maybe this. These are taking forever to start. What? No. Lost soul and it's got that. How about this? Too much. Come on.
How about this? No. I want.
How about that? Too much. Too much. How about here? That's not bad. Not bad. How about here? Nah. Some of these names are kind of... Okay, this is just called evil. No. I don't like what they've done with this. Looking. No. I don't want to go to Thanos, because I think Thanos is his own gimmick. Now let's do it. See, this is its own deal, and I like it. Here we go. Alright, where was it? I want to inject configuration. What's all this nonsense up? No, go away. I don't know who you are. Goodbye. So here, let's do apt configuration is what we're passing in. Yes. And let's check to see if we have configuration. So we're gonna reach into, not that, over here. Configure tags app factor. How am I supposed to read this thing? You don't know what that is. What do you mean you don't know what that is? Public static pool is configured.
return next. Wait, I'm not in a method. What's the name of the method we need to write here? Right? That's how we initialize. But then there's like an invoke that we need to support. This is not entirely what I'm looking for. Yeah, invoke HTTP context. Right? Public async task invoke. Yeah. We're gonna do. Excuse me. Yes. Exit now if the app is already configured. Papyrus is. There we go. Alright, next. We want. Right, so these should have. Right, they get saved automatically because of the primary. We're done with light mode and with. Okay. Let's turn those things off. Right. No. No. Yes. Let's go back to dark. Much better. Oh yes. So we can turn that off.
This. Ah, yes. And the fonts. We can turn off the font. Right, we can turn that off. Go back to our stuff. Right. Full screen. Life is so much better. There we go. All right. Zoom back out a little bit. There we go. All right, so if we are already configured, just continue, skip through this. If not, we want to redirect to a, like, first configure. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I want to do. Do that. There we go. No Baron O'Party. Hello, welcome. No, that's not a challenge. No. It's it's a-okay. So let's create a, let's call this like first start configuration. Right, something like that. And I'll add a page in here, add Razor page. Yep, empty, sure. First start configuration. First start configuration. Let's. What am I doing? I see Karnak has stopped again. Let's get some initial configuration options for TagsApp. No? You're not going to write that stuff for me? Where's my microphone thing? Come on now. Select a text box. I'm in a text box. Let's get some initial configuration for TagsApp. we'll start with a provider and connection string for where you'd like to save our application configuration. Nice. No challenge. No. These aren't the challenges you're looking for.
You can do it!
This is my fight song. Take back my life.
Okay. Back to it. Let's write some code. So we need to choose a configuration provider, and we need to choose a connection string for it. And then we probably want to do some sort of a test. So let's write it. Add a form to allow selection of a, not section, selection of a provider and setting a connection string. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Take a look, chat room. What do you think? We're missing a closing form there. Provider, and then a series of options, connection string, and a submit. In memory, that's not too bad. I'm going to change this to Postgres. I'm going to pull out SQLite for right now. This should actually start. This should start. It shouldn't get anywhere, but it should start. Empty configure tags app does not implement. Oh, fine. Be that way. Like, it should start and it should dead end on me. No. First start configuration model does not contain a definition. Okay, right. So, provider. Huh? Line 18. It didn't specify. Oh. Oh. Okay. So we need to go into the model. Right. One of these. Let's make that look just a little bit better. Public string provider. Something like that. Thank you. No. And what do we call it over here? That. Da, da, da. And we should be able to start this. Yeah. Exit it. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. All right, we're gonna get into this. So I can close these. It's gonna be in here that it's gonna be reloading. So let's see. iService collections 167. No. While adding security context, right? Program 86. What? It's in here. And okay. Here's the first place we got to start gutting. Because it's reaching into iConfiguration to get the HTTP policy information. That stuff doesn't exist yet. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for the happy anniversary. So before it gets here, what is View Model Utility Service? Okay. This is a bit of reflection that I want to step away from. So this instead of calling builder configuration here, right? I want to Mix Vim, hello. Welcome. Right. What did I call the factory? Configure tags app factory. I don't want to create it, but I want to get like the current one. So public static I configure tags app. So now I have one of those. Assure is not null. Services configuration. Okay. Configuration section name. Sure. And now it's going to attempt to configure policy options, and it wants to pass in an action of type policy options. But it doesn't have the policy options until it gets down here. No. Because configuration, we want to get configuration by ID. And it's going to be right, and that's yeah, we need to get Awaiter, get results. Now we have the options. And we know empty return new. Oh man. Return new T. Where T, no. There we go. Oh, what's fine. Task from results. New T. Now what don't you like? Oh, I got to put it on the interface also. Return task, completed task. Here. I forgot the where. There you go. You like the hat? Thank you. Okay, so that works. Back over to here. So that works. So when it calls add policies, here, it'll get empty policy options and be able to work from there. It's not great, but it works. So can I convert from iConfiguration to string? Base provider manager 96. Yes. Yeah. It's doing that in two places here. Trying to set up another provider and another. Yeah, this is going to unwind a bit of this. For right now, I'm going to comment that out. And it also, look at that. Look at this. I don't want it doing that either. This really needs to be gutted a little bit there. Not going to lie. So, all right. That's okay. The providers don't know what their thing is to get started here. Yeah, we're gonna need to. Let's just remove these for right now. So we don't have any providers, it just loads. Still doesn't get in there. Why is it trying? It doesn't have providers. No, remove this one also. Still trying to start them. Trying to shut off all the configuration of them, because we're going to get them loaded slightly differently here. And there's nothing on that page. What is all this? Why isn't it showing anything from the first configuration page? Right? There it is. Do a full rebuild so you can show me the content of that page. No. What did I, Yep, there you go. Reddit should pick it up. Yep, that works. It says hot reload succeeded, but it's clearly not there. Fika!
HK0PP cheered 25.
Thank you so much. Roberto FS1, welcome. Nah, there's no error in the logs up here. It's doing a check against... Yeah, none of the connection string information is in there, so the database connection stuff is not going. But we're on 5038. And we're on my page here. Did it not get there because we didn't add? No, we added Razor pages, and we're here. And then it returns next and finishes running the rest of it. So we're intercepting there and exiting. Right? No. Oh, well, I do the redirect. I shouldn't be doing a return. I never finished it. No, you actually need to reload that. Because it's the middleware. No, still nothing. Console. Redirecting for first start. Let's see if we actually hit this. Rebuild it. Await next and don't return. Okay. Not even getting there. No, not hitting it, and I'm not... Let's do this. If it's not configured... Restart that. Right, so if we are configured, that drops out and moves right on. There we go. The admin menu, the menus up top here, we should not allow you to get into any of that stuff. Let's hide all of that. Right? Oh, what the heck is it? For the menu at the top. Header? There's the name with the button. We don't even need the button. See, and we've got the application configuration object that we're passing around. That's got to go away. Or maybe that's the other object. We'll figure that out in just a little bit. Yeah. At if no. What's it called again? If it is configured, then we'll output all of that good stuff. There we go. So we hit all that stuff. Yes, I do omit the async suffix because it's not needed. The editor helps me with that. Yeah, I think it's no longer a thing that we need. So, right, Postgres and in-memory are the two providers that we can choose. For now, right? I'm not going to add those other things just yet. Or maybe we do. It didn't. It still didn't put a space there. You make me sad. Maybe we do put the site name in there and configure that up front. Sure. So hang on. This is for application configuration. We also need to specify where the content's going to go. Missing form control from the button. Now, see, now it's full size there. And I want it to be separated from it. Form group. No, it's still right up against the bottom of connection string. That's better. Sure. That works. And let's put another paragraph in here. I suppose we can move, right? That shouldn't do much. That's a pretty good next step, but no. That was pretty good. Next, comma, let's specify the provider and database connection string for where we will be storing our content. You gonna suggest something there for me? Add fields to select a provider and connection string. Mm-hmm. What else? It's the same thing. Right? But, yeah, content provider, and let's call this content connection string. And we need to put those... nuts. What did I call it? Well, that doesn't work. Okay. And our options for here are Postgres and SQLite. There is an in-memory one there too, isn't there? Okay. Okay. And down here, for the security. Sure. See, if 3 different locations you can put things. Security, content, application configuration. For the various messaging providers. For the various content providers. So then there's the content. Content database provider. Content connection string. And for some folks, it's going to be all the same thing. Give me SQLite for everything. Which will not be in memory. Right, so I've got those three. Okay. So I've got these three sections for you to define that base configuration information. Thoughts on Java virtual threads versus async await? Async await is superior because you're giving control to the compiler and to the runtime to decide how best to do it. And at times, you're not as smart as the compiler. Unless you absolutely must use threads, then I'd consider it. But otherwise, hand things off and let the compiler, because the compiler is smarter than you. It knows how to build and work with the language better than you. It just does. So, okay. I hear you. Do you know better than your compiler? I don't care that you can spawn millions. Do you know better about how your process should run it? Should it run on a separate thread? Should it run asynchronously and call back immediately when it's done? Depends. You probably don't know. The async await keywords should spawn those threads for you if in fact they should be on a separate thread. So by giving that up and handing that to something else feels right. .NET tried to set up virtual threads, and it turns out the performance that you get, the optimization that you get for that, is not worth it. Async await is better. So, I think we want to make I don't think we want in memory to be an option up here. I think we want that one to be SQLite as an option to get started. Not in memory. For content, nah, fine, make in memory an option there. And then for the last one, for the security database provider, yeah, SQLite. We could use in memory on this for testing. Could. Do I still have you? Go away. So now when we set these values, yeah, I've got these three providers that I need to set in app settings JSON and then move forward appropriately. Did I miss something? No. Yeah. So after we specify these, write them into the configuration file. Wire up and return those providers. Go from there. And I'm stuck on this thinking about why you'd want millions of threads. Why? Like, in practicality, great, you can do that. What are you going to do with millions of threads? Thousands of threads. Realistically, in a typical application, you don't really want millions of threads. You're writing a web server, you might want thousands of threads, tens of thousands of threads to handle, with a thread handling each request coming in, but how many people are actually writing web servers? Or their own database? Like, there's a place for that type of interaction. And .NET has facilities that handle it very, very well. So, I appreciate that you can do that. But the question is, why? Because if you're not creating so many threads, is it really giving you that much benefit? At that point, creating thousands of threads becomes... You're showing off. Great, you can create thousands of threads. So what? Are you actually getting... Are you actually getting an application built and responsive and returns? Async await does that for me without having to think about threading. These are the differences between low-level language and a higher-level language. Higher-level language, I can give up control of that to the runtime, let it figure it out for me. What about Blazor? This isn't Blazor. This is ASP.NET Razor Pages. So we'll get to some. We'll convert this to Blazor soon. Not yet. This needs to be written into app settings. This I don't need written into app settings, but I want to. No, you know what? If I put them with my database, I can pop them and work with it earlier on in the stack without having them sitting in app settings JSON. So it's almost like even though these are 3 values on the screen, I need to do them. Well, hang on. Can we mark this as required? Right? We can do that, can't we? Actually, if these are in-memory capable, did I make the last one in memory? For security, no. So that one is required. These ones are not. Okay. Yes, the C# team were experimenting with green threads, and it wasn't worth it. There's a nice write-up on that experiment repository that it wasn't worth it. The wrapping around the operating system threads that's being done versus setting up, configuring, and managing in a completely managed thread, not handing off to an operating system thread. The amount of work that was going to need to be done for the minimal number of millisecond advantage you were getting at the current time is not worth it. There are other performance benefits that are able to be achieved in how .NET manages memory. David Fowler wrote up a nice bit about it. Closing this. So why green threads, what they had done, right? And you can read about what green threads are. So, and the language runtimes and tooling will always have back compat concerns. So there is a write-up about the results. And what kills me is there's folks arguing, no, you should do it. Like, really? After the green thread result, it's clear that async programming is more faster, better to work on async model if they want to beat Golang. It was competitive, but right, the results here. So, chosen to place the green threads experiment on hold, instead keep improving on async await, which is something that's entrenched and has been there for more than 10 years. Like, the async await model in .NET has been around longer than Golang. Think about that for a second, right? Golang first appeared in 2009. Async await appeared in 2010. They're about the same age. Okay? So, this is a programming model that's been around for 25 years. Drop the mic. Like, backwards compatibility with .NET is one of its key tenets and features. Stuff that you wrote in .NET 1 in 2001 still works on .NET Core today. Think about that for a second. If standard classes, console application, stuff that you wrote in those programming models that you wrote in .NET 1, even with Visual Basic or C#, still works today. There aren't that many programming languages that have that level of backward compatibility support. So, yep, it added significant complexity to the runtime. Literally, there would be massive chunks of the runtime that would need to be completely rewritten to use green threads. They already went through that overhaul and rewrite with async await. No time to do that again. No. Hang on, VB6 to VB.NET was a change in how VB arrays started counting. Yes. From VB.NET forward, all starts zero-based. And lots of other languages have adapted async await model, including JavaScript, to build and handle that kind of threading and processing. So, look, nothing wrong with green threads. Green threads were a design direction that was decided to go with Java, and that's great. Folks are successful with that. I'm happy for them. This is very successful for .NET. So, so where was I? So there is nothing to do on get, but it's on the post back. We need to validate and load this. What compatibility break are you talking about, Jubail? Ubail. How do you pronounce that? I'm not sure. What's the idea with the singleton configuration? Who will use this web app? What if multiple users apply different configuration strings? Multiple users will not. When the idea is, so let's just back up a second. When Tags app is designed to be built and developed and deployed as a container. So there is a standalone configuration that needs to be made for Tags app. How do we make that out-of-the-box experience delivering the container easier? Or, because this is going to be converted to a Blazor app, that means we can then stuff it into a native application that runs on Windows or Mac as a desktop application. At the time of initial startup, there's one user, the person who's configuring it. Once that configuration is set, it's saved in the application configuration for the application, and then only administrators can get to it. So that singleton to load and make this configuration available for the rest of the application to bootstrap and load all of its configuration is a very cool thing. So that's where we're going with that, JSteph. If you're in C#, you're not concerned if your application scales really well. Really? Tell me more, I am freaky. You don't want to put in a lot of effort into it. They're a much better program. Dude, tell me more. Is you sure about that? I'd like to hear your expert analysis of that. Yes, .NET Framework and .NET Core are compatible now. There's compatibility shims between the two. There's a demo I can show you that will kind of blow your doors off that shows just how compatible they are. But I'm like the IC# ziplib works in .NET Core, .NET 7, .NET 8. You can load and reference that library that was written with .NET Framework 1.1 inside of .NET Core. But I'm very curious to hear I Am Freaky's expert analysis here of why .NET developers don't care about scale. Tell me more about that. And while you're writing the response to that, I just want to go grab this here from the .NET blog. Give me a second here. Yeah, let's start here. This is from earlier this year. So what's that there? Do you see what that is? Startup time for .NET 6 for Bing ads. Here's the performance improvements for Bing ads running ASP.NET Core on .NET 7 last year. The report for .NET 8 isn't available yet. Where is it? They had a... There we go. Here's Stack Overflow. Upgrading to .NET 6. Thread pooling immediately improved performance, which meant they were able to scale down the number of resources that were using it. I can go to no, that's somebody writing about it. Hey, the suffering, welcome. What was the other one there? DKGD, hello, welcome. Yeah, sure, let's go to look to this one as they went to .NET 5 from a little bit ago. Right, when you're a system that's running at scale like Bing, that CPU usage drop-off that .NET gives you means literally they're saving tens of thousands of machines that they don't need to run on. Yeah, thank you, Sinclair Nader. That's another good one. So our friend Richard Lander has, and he's been sharing internally these posts as they ramp up, changing the way that we read files in .NET has gotten much easier, much faster at how you interact with them. And we're very concerned, of course, with performance. So, but it's not the most important thing. So, I'll continue here. I work with the .NET team. It is very important, and making these features by default much more performant is great. Now, I will give you that .NET developers that work on the cloud don't care as much about performance because the amount of code you need to write to make these kinds of jumps is and can be significant in how you rewrite and change how you work with memory and processor versus going to that cloud console and just sliding a slider over and say, give me a second resource. Like, why do you think .NET's not scalable? You're coming back and saying that it's not scalable. It absolutely is scalable. If you want uber speed, you're going to go all the way down to C++. Everybody does. Right? You want that low level language. What I'm saying to you is for the typical application that 90+% of the developers in the world build, the performance that you get out of this isn't just good enough. It's superior, and you're a lot more productive for writing a lot less code. Like, do I need to bring up the Tech Empower benchmarks? Like, .NET's very good at many things. There's some things it's not good at. Managing low-level processor and memory resources? Yeah, it's not good at that. Good is relative, though. Good compared to C++? No, it's not as good. However, on a machine where I've got 2 gigabytes of memory and I'm just building a website, do I really care if I have an extra couple megs that are lingering out there and the garbage collector cleans up afterwards? No, I don't. Where do you want to spend your time? Where do you want to spend your money? I can build an application smaller, faster, easier with .NET compared to write a typical web application smaller, faster, easier with .NET than Rust or Go. So, yeah. And I start layering in multi-threading, and now I can do it faster, better, easier than folks who work in Node as well. So, the other side of optimizing. How you doing there, Corey? Hello. The parts of the code that need optimization. Yeah. So optimizing and right. And look, I'm not saying that these other languages aren't good for what they're designed for. They are. But I'm going to spend my time where I can get more bang for my buck. Executives want quick, cheap, and easy. Especially if you're not building something that you're selling. Right? Dapper SW, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Corey. Right? Like, if you're building an application that is not packaged and being sold to folks and needs to be optimized to the nines, then who cares? Sinclair Nader says, as someone who works with .NET Framework, .NET 7 in an enterprise, when I have to come in and diagnose memory leaks, it's folks looking for perf. Absolutely. And you can create memory leaks in every language. Some folks automatically go to caching on the app pool as a fix. Caching's important. Yep, caching only helps so much. And it's easy to add caching. You can vary performant code if you need that. Absolutely. There are a lot of instruments in C# to absolutely. Spans and stack allocation are fantastic now in .NET, and you don't need it if you don't want it. That's right. Is that Michelle or Michael? A year or two ago, I asked on the stream if .NET has partial page updates in TurboLink style. Yes, so .NET Blazor 8 has those features. Yeah, real-time analysis and diagnosis is something that's really cool to do with .NET. So, yep. So I want to get some of those dashboarding features into this. All right, so I have these values coming in, and I need to save them now. So I have my factory, and I'm going to set my configuration provider that now knows how to get the configuration IDs. So this yeah, it's going to save those initial values, and those secondary values are going to be sets on one of these. Okay. You're on a project web API, a big one that is .NET Framework, and we need to migrate to .NET 8. There is so if you're on a web API, there is a conversion syntax for that. Yeah, the classes change syntax. They do change, right? Convert from web API on .NET Framework to .NET, I'll just say 5. So the upgrade assistant will do some of that migration for you, and it's really just the syntax of your classes that changes from it inheriting from API controller to just inheriting from controller. Does a lot of the same stuff. Returns and the interactions of formatting is very much the same. So there's a portability analyzer here that'll make sure that that conversion works. Trust me, the performance improvement that you're going to see going from old school web API with .NET 4.8 to .NET 8, you're literally going to see like a 50x performance improvement. It is crazy stupid how much faster it's going to be. And stuff it into a Linux container. Like, take a look. Here, let me share the link here that talks about doing the migration. Most of your code, yes, the syntax of the API controller changed, but the upgrade assistant here will convert for you. We used to have a method that you could drop into ASP.NET. It was there in like ASP.NET Core 1 and 1.1 that would read the old syntax, provide a shim, and let it still work. I forget how to do that, but this will get you there. If you want that last bit of extra performance, you go to the low-level languages. A lot of performance gains came with .NET 6. Yes. For most projects, C# is very, very successful for folks. Yes. When you're building something low-level, a game, something that's going to be very I/O intensive, something that's going to be very processor intensive, and you need to squeeze performance, you're going to go to a low-level language. That said, even for many of those, .NET does a really good job. Did I freeze? No. Nope. Windows Forms project. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. The upgraded system will get you there. Yeah. So there's things now in .NET 5 and later, the in-memory spans allow you to reuse chunks of memory without without allocating and deallocating and reallocating memory, which makes it then significantly faster. Think about a website. When a website receives information about a request, right, it gets a whole bunch of headers up at the top. And you need to pass those headers around to different objects to work with. Instead of passing that text around, it passes pointers to where it is in memory. And it's able to read and work with those significantly faster. Like ridiculously faster. So, you don't know anybody who really uses that? The folks that are squeezing performance do use it. So, there's a lot of stuff that has been done where there's almost like a two-tier way to interact with primitive values in .NET now. And where the typical person will work with ints, longs, booleans, characters, you can squeeze for performance and work with the memory directly. And it takes a little bit of extra work to work with it, but in squeezing for that performance, you see significant jump in performance. That said, though, this website that we're working with here, you can't tell the difference. It's a little bit more than passing references. It's a little bit more than that. It's yeah. EF6 to EF Core 8, you can use EF6 with .NET 8. EF6 is actually a .NET standard, so it is possible to bring that over JStef. You can bring that forward to .NET 8 and work with it. It's not going to give you as good a performance or as good interactions as EF8, you're right. But you can bring it forward. There are folks that are successful in doing that as a bit of a migration strategy. Did I cover AOT compilation in .NET? I did not. I'm not going to be using it as part of this because I do have a bit of reflection that's part of it, but I'd really like to do it. It's AOT compilation with .NET makes things even faster and smaller on disk. So, not going to get in there. But, yeah, JStef, if you run into stumbling with that, drop messages on the Discord and we can talk that through and get you some pointers. I know some folks have gone through some of those migrations that hang out in the Discord. We can go through. I want you to be successful with .NET. I want you to not shy away from some of these migrations if they're possible with low effort, low ceremony to get there. And I think they are for some of the things that you're describing, right? I want to make sure that we at least make sure you get a little bit better awareness about some of these things, because yeah, it might take a little bit of work to get that web API in the same syntax. But I thought there was a method, a middleware method that we had so that you could literally copy paste the web API syntax. So I have a Discord. There is a C#, what do they call it? The C# Guild Discord that folks hang out in. A lot more folks than in mine, and it's a lot more active. Yeah, there's a C#, just a straight C# Discord that you can go to, and there's a .NET one. Yeah, there it is, .NET Evolution 1 that the .NET team hangs out in. So, I hang out in them, but I don't actually pay attention. A lot of people don't know that C# is as fast. Yeah, it can be. Yeah. So. It's incredibly busy, and quite frankly, it's too much for me to keep up with. So I don't. All right, where was I? Blah 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 blah. All right, so if we save these settings and start fetching them, so now I need a provider and to start writing. So, right, that will set, and we're going to read that provider name and start up an appropriate provider to go get that content. System web adapters will do it? Yeah. Okay. It was in way back in ASP.NET Core 1.0. Like I said, there was an extension method that did it. But cool. If that's the thing that'll do it, do it. How do I want to do this? I could put Dapper in here to load these values, and it would be really easy to do. And then I don't need to worry about a provider at all. So, and if I did Dapper, I could get away with one configuration app. No. Wow. No. Let's just call this DB configure tags app. And I'm going to implement I configure tags app. Implement that interface, and we're going to go over here somewhere. Put it in its own place. And when we create, where'd it go? Sure. Look at all those errors. Feels good. So initialize with a configuration string. I think I can do that, right? Add, no, manage NuGet packages. And if we add Dapper in here, do I need a provider to go with Dapper? No. SQL Server, MySQL, SQLite, SQL CE, Firebird. Yeah, what else? Tell me you got Postgres and SQLite in there, in that, John. Entity framework, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, where's the providers? Queries, literal replacements, multi-mapping. Yeah. But where's the providers? SQLite, SQL CE, Firebird, Oracle, MySQL, Postgres, and SQL Server. Good. Oh, it takes in, that's right, it takes in the connection object. So you have to provide the appropriate connection object to go get it. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate you helping out there. So I need to pass in those appropriate objects. No. Yeah, and it wants me to go to 8. I don't want to do that just yet. Shoot. So let's go back over to this. Yeah, string provider name. Right, that's on initialize, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So now I could, now I need to load up all the different things over here. I guess I'm okay with that, right? Data SQLite core does not include yeah, because it references that. So give me the 80 RC2. So I get SQLite. Yes. I know. I haven't built that yet. Postgres, which should be NPG SQL. I think that'll give me all the things that I need here. Give me the RC2 for that. Okay. So back up here, I can say var connection equals switch provider name. Oh, switch it the other way. Like that. Right? Do I have that right? Yeah, I need to do this. Throw. Yep. So, SQLite. New SQLite connection. Like that. Close, but no cigar. New NPG SQL. It's going to be some sort of... Yeah, there we go. One of those with the connection string. That should be connection string. That's better. Now, why don't you like that? What do you mean, no best type? Too lower invariance a string. No. That feels weird. Still doesn't like that. Right, don't I need? No. No idea. I'm not familiar with the Windows AI Studio stuff. You're... Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. So let's make this an IDB connection. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Way to go, Julian. Yeah, appreciate that. Different return type, says Xbox One. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Here we go. Mario coins for you. There you go. So I still need to return a thing here. Well, initializing the configuration means... Oh, wait a sec. If I'm doing Dapper here, means I can't apply migrations unless I write my own create table statement, which isn't terrible, right? Like, right? I could do that. So it's just creating the connection. I haven't actually opened it yet. Did I make the Twitch plugin for showing my GitHub? No, I did not. I can't take credit for that. What do I want to do here? I want... Let's pull this. Get connection. Right. IDB connection. So I'm returning a connection from that, so I can use this. Yeah, con open. We should create the application configuration table appropriately. Weiss254, welcome. Right. Create a config table on that connection. We should also pass in the provider name. If no. Create the application, let's call this system configuration table for Postgres. Close. No, actually, no. I'll take it. Move it into an enum or some other consolidated place? Nah. Yes, this is the AI social bot thing. Yep, we're building some configuration for it up front. That's not a spell SQLite. There we go. That's right. Yep. And actually, it's the same syntax. Isn't it? I don't think we can do ID text as a primary key. SLM? I don't think that'll work. Let's try it. Like, I've got a container here. My local container. Right? So if we take a look at that now, system configuration. Yeah, that worked. Thanks. We'll update there in just a second. What's the main aim of the config here? It's to we'll let that update. It's to allow an out-of-the-box stand-up without having to write a bunch of configuration things. We'll instead drop into... Oh, the website's not... yeah, we're still working on building this configuration. So that out of the box, you have a way to define, here's my configuration, here's how I want it to start. Write those configuration items somewhere, and then hand off control. So, since those are the exact same, right, I can... Right, I mean, they're the same. So it's create table if not exist. That hands off, that runs. Hey, great. I'm not interested in you right now. Let's make this an async task. Really? Okay. I thought there was an awaitable in there. I guess not. Okay. Next, once I have that, I've got my connection. Do I just leave it open the whole time? I mean, I guess I can. Right? Exactly, for when it's distributed. You're implementing a console application with clean architecture. Receives 2 arguments. Not sure about some things. Would it make sense to turn these into a DTO? And then my application turn them into domain objects. Yes. The command will be disposed. I don't think the connection will it? Right, if I put the connection, that using will dispose of it. I don't want that one. What if we do... create that as a field. So now it's up there, and no, you should be an IDB connection. Which means we do need an iDisposable on this. iDisposable. Implement it through that connection object. Connection dispose. Okay. Why didn't it give me the dispose pattern here? No, roll that back. I want the dispose pattern. Yes. Mm-hmm. No. Yeah, no, we're good. Set the unmanaged objects. So down here. Wipe that. So. Appreciate you stopping by, Corey. Hope you have a real good stream in December. I know you're doing some stuff there. Thank you, Ragged Reese. Appreciate that. How you doing? Fake was stake in. Thank you. Appreciate you, the follow. So I've got my dispose pattern there, so it'll clean up the connection. And we're creating the table if it doesn't exist. Yeah, that should be connection, so it'll create the config table if it doesn't exist when it's initialized. I think that's all I want to do. And when it comes time to fetch configuration by ID, so I'll use Dapper now to fetch data, right? Where did Dapper? So I have my connection. Yeah, how do we... I forget how to use Dapper to run a query. Yeah, connection dot execute. I want to do connection dot... I want to get a query. Yeah, there we go. Right, I want to do something like that. Out value equals, and it's going to be something like this. Like that. Give me my using... No, I thought I installed. String. New. And I called, right, ID and value. Value from system configuration where ID equals oh man, and we're gonna say ID. Now, why doesn't it like that? Shouldn't I have gotten it? Hey, MDS Ubuntu. Thank you so much. Right, I put down Dapper. Oh, it should be able to do query single, right? Right, this is an IDB connection, y'all. How did it create connection? Come here. Come here. What am I not getting here? Using why aren't you seeing Dapper? I didn't add Dapper. That might be part of why. Excuse me for a second. Hey, we're going to go get some food. Do you want something? No. So back up in here. Now that it knows what Dapper is, this should be, yeah, there we go. I want to do query single async. Da, da, da. And we should be able to do an await there and make this async. So if this doesn't return a value, right? Hey there, welcome. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Arceus, hello, welcome. If it's null, yeah, return null. Like, we're done. Get out. It is followed by an object expression, you fool. This is set, not get. Wait a sec. Should be up there. I'm in the wrong place. Oops. Make it async. And now I know I have a new T there, so I can just say new T. So I get the default object of whatever's requested. We're doing great. Thank you for... Yeah, turn it down. Not interested. Otherwise, so the value we got out is a string. So this should actually be if string is null or empty, right? So we know we have a value, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say return JSON serializer deserialize of type T out value. Done. And yeah, that could throw an error. That's right, it can. When we're setting the value, right? Oh, that's so good. Copilot literally generated all of that code for me. JSON serialize the value that's being passed in. Insert or replace into system configuration ID values. Dude. Yeah, I'm denormalizing into the table is what I'm doing. That's really good.
Fierce Kittens just resubscribed for 59 months. I get to see Fritz soon. Ha ha.
Yes, she does. Hello, my friend. Thank you so much. What? What do you mean your job is RIP? What? What are you talking about? Copilot. It's fantastic. Hey, Heck Radar. Hello? No. Okay, so I've got all of that built to read and save and write the configuration. So if I go back here, so we don't need this. So we have a way to configure. Now identify and load the provider correctly. Set configuration provider rights. So yeah, if if provider you did? Oh, that's funny. Postgres, SQLite, hang on. var supported, oh, hang on. Put it over here. Public static IEnumerable string supported DBs equals that. If DB configure tags app supported DBs contains provider string comparison. Yep. So if it does contain that, why don't you like that? Yeah, I know it's not null. It does. You need the link. Why are you still unhappy? Because it's an IEnumerable of string. That should work. That should totally work. Started exploring .NET. Can suggest some YouTube channel where you can get some projects. Sure, we'll convert that to a list. Right, if I make this an I list. Right. Yeah. I can do any. Right, and I can do something like this. And it still works. So, how you doing there? Anto Palomba, welcome. Hello. You need preview to use Copilot? No, Copilot works. You need preview to use the Copilot chat. But you have access to Copilot. You know, all the employees have access to Copilot. So if it isn't any of them, so what I'm going to do is, right. I configure tags app out provider equals, well, let's start with it equal to, if I do it like that, I could move this up here. Nah, start it down there. And I can say out provider equals new DB configure. And then I can initialize and pass in the provider and the connection string. Yeah. I'd really like to remove this one. Right? If I move this up here, if I say, if that is not null or empty, and that, and that, I forgot the end. So if we have a connection string, we have a provider, and it's listed in the types of supported databases, go create the database, do that, mark it as configured, and then return out provider. But out provider is initialized to the bogus one if it's not available. Got it. Why did I use outlist? Well, now I can turn it back into the simple array. Right? Make it just IEnumerable. And it'll still work with the any. Yes, you do. Sign in with your Microsoft account to to Copilot. There's a thing in there. It's a try create pattern with an out provider. Basically what I'm doing, yes. Right? Like that should get me most of the way there. So there's my first start configuration. So I need to bootstrap and load this thing up. And I need to update program. I'm not going to write the save up. I should write the save operation, but I'm not going to write that just yet. Here, where it's doing all of this, I should grab this thing and create that and then hand off those configurations from there. Why do I feel like that guy, what is it, Badge 512, Badge 524, whatever his name is, on TikTok? No. Anyways. Thinking out loud. Because, let's face it, that's what I do here. So, I have to find where we can put these connection strings so we can put together different database providers. Heck, you could even use Azure table storage. Put that in a thing. If you wanted to. That's weird. Anyways. So there's 3 connection strings. There's one to the application configuration that's going to store not just the connection strings to the other things, but also the but also all the configuration for the providers. But I can put some of the other configuration stuff in there also. And it's just one table of system configuration. Yeah, let's do that. Going back to our big diagram that we put together way at the start of this thing. So configuration is currently like this, where we've got these 4 different configuration things. The only thing I want in app settings when we advance this is information about how to get into this other configuration provider out there. And that could be Azure Key Vault. Could be an Azure Key Vault. It can be another database. For right now, we're making it another database. If I make it Azure Key Vault, I can put some of the other... I can still put some of those other configuration things in there as well, right? Key Vault's good for all that configuration stuff. I could also make it a configuration repository in a Kubernetes container somewhere. Okay. Right? Because eventually we're also going to have these things come into mix. And these need to be able to read from that thing also. So they need to route around the backside over here as well. Okay. Okay. So what if some spinning poker chips here. So, Fierce Kittens, are you still here? I was mentioning to them, I'm wearing the Horde glasses here. I was mentioning that we wanted to try and do something fun with your Alliance-themed Gunner glasses and my Horde-themed glasses. That's got to be fun. We got to figure out something crazy fun to do with that. So what am I going to... What am I... in Oh, we could do it in Florida in person? Yeah. So here's the thing, friends. If you're going to the Dev Intersection, you know about the Dev Intersection conference, right? You know about it. Let me open this up for you here. You can meet both Fierce Kittens and me at Dev Intersection at Disney. Your DJI rig. Really? Okay. That'll be fun. Plenty of camera work to be done there. We're going to have some fun. We're going to have some crazy, stupid fun. The chaos will be strong at Dev Intersection. California would be great in a kilt. Yes, it would. We're not going to. We're going to be in Florida, though. So, TypeScript Tea Time rating. Hello. I'll learn why you're never invited to speak in public. Wrong. No, you're going to be just fine. You're going to kill it there, okay?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
You're going to do great. So, yeah. How you doing there? The raid that came in there from TypeScript Tea Time. Hello, hello. Do I have a link for the event? Sure do. There you go. Florida is warm. Not as warm as California in December. Yes, you are giving the talk about it because you are just that awesome at distributed application development. So, there you go. Yeah, right. There we go. See, there I am. That's me. So, some other guy named Scott and some other guy named Scott. They'll be there too, giving a keynote. Got a raid and run. Have a great one. TypeScript Tea Time. Have a good afternoon. And there will be chaos. I will be co-presenting with Maddie on a session about Blazor for .NET Hybrid. So, it's a nice venue there. I will have the Blazor with me to be sure. Yes. So, how's it going there, Roger? Okay. So, I have a way to load this. Where am I going to put those other configuration strings? It's either normally London or London. What about Liverpool? Did I change laptops this year? No. Yes, you're not on the front page, but you're there. There's a Fierce Kittens in there somewhere. On the list of speakers. Speakers. Da, 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 da. Wait a sec. There she is. There's a Fierce Kittens in there. So. And our friend, Mr. Carl Franklin. So, Richard's in here somewhere, too. He'll be there, of course. Right? Or not. Yeah, Richard will be there, too. Richard Campbell. You do, too, look like that. She's being too modest. So let's start gutting some of this stuff. You want to see a Fritz runs on Windows on ARM event? Do you? I need a Windows on ARM device. And I don't work for anybody that's interested in giving me one. Do I usually stream after hours or a mix? No, I usually stream in the mornings. Mornings East Coast time. So I'm 4.5 hours into my stream here. I normally stream at 9 a.m. Eastern. So I don't think you understand. Windows folks and .NET folks are like oil and water right now. They're not too friendly, not too happy with us. Or me. They're not too happy with me. So I would do better installing Windows on a micro SD card and put it on my Raspberry Pi. Why aren't they happy? Well, they're Windows, and they're a little bit jealous of some of the attention .NET's got going cross-platform. Windows wants to be the platform for developers to work on, and .NET's enabling folks to work everywhere. So they're not exactly pleased with that. Do I know anything about .NET Aspire? Nope, nothing. I know nothing. I'm learning it this week, but we're getting there. You saw a short video about it the other day. You're curious to learn more? There's going to be a lot more learning coming. We're building and working on those materials now. There's a lot more coming as it develops, as it evolves. So, yeah, the Microsoft team building it. Yep. So, moving on. So, let's actually write the save routine there for that first start page. What do you say? So we need an on post. Not quite. We want to grab the current. What did I call it? Grab the configure tags app factory and set the values that were submitted. I've already got that. Configure tags app factory. Setting my configuration provider, and we're going to do just like that. And then configure the security and content providers. Sure. Ooh.
And then?
No. Yeah, Fierce Kittens she's got the learning materials and has been going through and building. I think you said you were building a slide deck. You had some slides you shared with me. I think I owe you some slides. Let me know. So, yes, I do. Sorry. Current provider equals configure tabs app factory create. So when we did set, did that actually set the current provider? It set those values. At which point we could run create. We don't really have services. But I could run create. Create didn't set the current provider either. No. What if I did this? Right, then I can do that. And like that. How you doing there? AWT Jerry, welcome. Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. I will get those to you. So what if I said, right, create and pass in configuration. And no. Because I can do that. So then back over here, current provider is that current, right? Do I really need to? Yeah. 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 I think we got something there. I think we got something there. We should have totally ended.
And then?
So, with all of those set, it's now configured. It should pass through. It's not going to work. Right? Rebuild that. I'm going to see. Here's the thing. I'm paranoid because I'm going to send Fierce Kittens some of my slide decks. And she's going to look at them and go, this is crap. Look at how terrible these are. You want me to do a code on Windows ARM event? How do you want to make sure I have a device to code from? I tell you what. I've been doing minimal March. Right? I'll do Windows on ARM April. Consolidate all those database updates into a single query. Why? It's the first time loading and it's the only person using it. Like, so what? Right? So, if I do submit on this, it should fail. I don't have any validators on the screen. I need validators. You're definitely going to make this happen? All right. I need a validator indicator here. Right? For these. Add a validation message. Thank you. That's Copilot helping out there. Fish Cop!
F1CHK0PPG815.
Come on, give me another validation message there. Appreciate the bits. And yeah, we'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. All through the second half of 2023 here, we've been making donations. All of our cheers, all of our bits, all of our subs to the American Cancer Society in memory of the folks in our development community that we've lost and those that we know that are fighting the fight, including a member of my family who was just diagnosed a few weeks ago. But we lost Brave Cobra, we lost Vittorio Bertocci. A few years ago, we lost Abel. Abel Wang, was that his last name? I can't believe I can't remember his last name. Yeah. So, yeah. So Brave Cobra was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer about a month before he passed, and he signed a do not resuscitate, and he actually signed his own termination. And he had that option where he lives in that part of the world, and he set a date, and I was fortunate enough to have a phone call, a face-to-face phone call with him, and talk to him about all the things that he had built, the things that the source code and things that he was leaving behind. You can still find. He's got a bunch of great scripts for configuring Kubernetes with all kinds of different services for developers on his GitHub that are available out there for anybody to check out and work with. Vittorio put up a very, very strong fight with, I think it was liver cancer he had or intestinal cancer. I forget exactly what it was, but he was a bit transparent with it on LinkedIn, and he tragically lost his fight in October. So, yeah, we've made it a little bit of the mission with our cheers and subscriptions here to pay it forward to the American Cancer Society. And as I make those donations, our friends at Microsoft match 1-to-1 all of our cheers, all of our subscriptions, and advertising revenue that we send over there. So, yeah, happy. I am very happy. I'm honored to be able to pay that forward. There we go. Too. So they've been integral to pieces of your job, right? And Sinclair Nader, one of the things that I think it's beholden on us to do is to honor them by continuing some of the work, some of the things, some of the outreach that those folks did, and continue pushing that message forward, helping others, and benefit from the amazing path that they set for us. Build on their shoulders, right? I go back to the "we are" statement that I've kind of focused on a bit here on stream. We are more than just one or two developers coding on our own. We are a community. We are building packages that depend on each other. We're building applications that depend on those packages. We are able to stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, and we are able to help others. We are a technical community that is stronger when we work together. We are means so much more to us as a technical community. So we are going to work together. We are going to help each other. We are going to be better together. And it's true. So it's not just a college battle cry, college cheer from Penn State that originated way back with racial tensions because Penn State had African American players when they were going in to play in the Cotton Bowl in Dallas, in the Orange Bowl in Miami, and they were rejected. They were told the football team couldn't come because they had players of color. Sorry, you're not allowed to come play. And the players said, "We are Penn State. We are not. We are all going together because we are Penn State, not just one or two of us." That's right. And wouldn't you know, the folks in Miami said, "Sorry, then you're not coming," and they canceled the game. The Cotton Bowl, they said, "Okay, we'll make that work." And they allowed Penn State to come, even though they had players of color. But when Penn State showed up, none of the hotels in Dallas would allow them to stay because they had players of color with them. So they ended up staying at a ranch outside town. Why did they all stay at the ranch outside town? Because we are Penn State. We are one community. We are one football team, one college, one university. The same goes for the tech industry. I don't care if you're programming in JavaScript, Go, Rust, .NET, Java, Python. We are one tech community. We are learning from each other. We are getting better. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let anybody tell you that one language is better than another, that one tech stack is better than the other. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't do the same things that they can because you aren't using the right tools. We are a tech community. We are developers. We are able to do so much more when we work together. Even VB6, because you know what you use VB6 with? You're going to use it with some JavaScript on the front end. You're going to use it with some other Windows components and tools. We are. That's right, Greenish Pepper. We are. It's a very simple 2 words. Penn State taught me the meaning of those 2 words. And when you're in a building with 110,000 other people cheering on a football team, we are so much more. We are Penn State. But the same goes when we think about the tech community and how we work together. So, same thing with the Peach Bowl and same thing with the Sugar Bowl. So, pardon me for a second, I have a phone call coming in from a daughter. Daughter wants to change her flight home so she can stay with friends longer. Sinclair Nader says, let me put that message up on screen. That is absolutely yes. Yes. I want everyone to benefit from all of this. I want everyone to see how much fun it is. Yes. Learn so much from so many people, and that's why. Yes. Yes. This is the we are mentality. We are going to share what we've learned. We are going to help other folks learn more. I love it. Yes, Sinclair Nader. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, relentless positivity. That's right. It's not. Thank you, Mordizer. I appreciate the follow. While yes, like I said, while it is a rallying cry for folks from Pennsylvania State University here in East Coast of these United States, it means so much more to us as technologists. You just have to look around and see how much we've benefited from each other's help. So I want to do more with that. I want to figure out how to make that something. And I had recorded a TikTok, and it's sitting here. No, you can't say the Pennsylvania State University because the folks at Ohio State have trademarked the keyword the. Like, all right, whatever. So there we go. All right. Okay, so I at least have the messages appearing there. So if I put some sort of a connection string up here, and I'm going to put the same connection string in for everything. So I'm going to jump up in here, and I'm going to grab. I have it in a developer version of this. So there it is, going to my local database. So I'll grab that, and yeah. What happens if we key that in there? So very, very secure password there. And we use Postgres for this one. I'll post that in there. We use that for this one and post that in there and submit. And it passed through. I feel like I just look like Jeff Goldblum there for a second. Yes, yes. We saved the settings. The settings are saved. Now they're out there. They're available. The weare.net folks, very much the same idea. Yep. Wow, and they've linked to my YouTube stream. Fancy. So if I look back over here, and we go to, it's not going to be an app settings JSON. Holy smokes. Did I do that? I hope I didn't do that. That could be a problem. Open folder. See, now FK is going to be sitting out there laughing at me because I did something stupid. App settings JSON. There it is. Notepad. Connection strings. It didn't save the providers. There's all the commented out junk below it. It didn't save the other settings. And I think I broke. Did I break app settings over here? I wanted to delete this stuff. There we go. It didn't change that. You're moving furniture? The key folks who exposed you to technology, believed in you, pushed you forward. Most of those, all of those folks were women. Nice. Nothing wrong with that at all. Here's the thing. For those of you that know a little bit about the organization structure at Microsoft, the vice presidents that are head of the developer division are women. So the folks that are building the developer tools that how much of the world use, the leaders are women. So, why didn't... Oh, it saved it into... It saved those settings, and the rest it wrote into the database. Stop the press. Delete those values. Right? Back over here. Reset that, which should drop me into first config mode. Right? Let it re-go. Yep, there it is. Okay, if I refresh, this should drop me right back into... Error. Yeah, I know. It broke. Trying to load user manager. Shouldn't have even gotten there. Shouldn't have even gotten there. I'm trying to restart you. You stop it. I see you over there. Oh, okay, hang on. Dapper could not be found in DB configure tags app. Really? Wait a sec. I added Dapper. Yep. Okay. Is it because the SQLite stuff isn't there? No, SQLite and SQLite Core and NPG SQL are here. What did I do? Get connection, yeah. SQLite connection. We're missing a thing there. NPG SQL. Why doesn't it know what those are? They're right. Okay, there those are created. Now if I go back up here, take this one, and using Dapper. Yeah, and now it built. Yeah, okay. So the configuration... Yeah, look at all this. All right, here's where we got to start backing some things out and wrapping. Security context, it couldn't go through and build because it doesn't know what to do with that. Yeah, Microsoft. Program line 90. That's right there. Come here, you. Right there. So these pieces, we need to back out a little bit. Yeah, the chain and the DI, you're right, Mordizer. I'm missing a piece in there. We need to back it off. When it's not configured, don't try and do these things. Let's get it configured and then restart the app. But if I'm restarting the app, it's not going to know how to inject and start using these things until after. So it's like, how do I restart the application from the application? Anything useful in that wall of green text? No, not really. No. The configuration settings that it's looking for don't exist yet, is what it's erroring out on. So let's look up restart in ASP.NET Core application. Yeah. How do we do that? Programmatically. The solution is going to stop the app and cause the application to re-enter the startup in the next request. Yes, that's what we want. What? Solution. It's receiving iApplication lifetime and saying stop application. Really? Can I do that? I must be able to do that. Let's put a constructor in this John. No, not that. No. iApplication lifetime. In this application lifetime event from Hallmark. Guacamole!
Guacamole just resubscribed for 33 months. Higher.
Hello. Thank you so much. Which one is it? I choose you. We'll see if it is right. It's wrong. We want ASP.NET Core one. I thought I just tried the extensions one and it said it's obsolete. I host application lifetime. Fine. Be that way. Okay. And we'll stash a copy of that. So then down here, after we post, instead of redirect to page, it'll never redirect. I am deep down the rabbit hole. You're right. So then I can go back over here. Right? This stuff is going to go away. Pull from the new tags app. What did I call it? The new iConfigure tags app. Provider. That's where this stuff is going. And we're going to wrap this. Configure tabs app factory If it is configured, then we're going to set up security and authorization. That's fine. Let's see how that works. Let's see how that works. I am way in the rabbit hole. No migrations were applied. No service for security context. That's in service extensions 111. In here, when it's doing initialize security, which is called from over here, if configure tags app factory is configured, then we'll do that. Rebuilding, restarting. Can .NET identity tables be combined with DynamoDB? Yeah, sure. You can put identity tables in a bunch of different providers. Take a look on NuGet for identity and Dynamo. There should be a provider out there for them. There you go. ASP.NET Core Identity DynamoDB. I'll share this search for you. So one of these is bound to be good to use to help target and say, we'll go drop them over there. There's AWS for Identity Server. Identity Server, DynamoDB. So one of them is going to get you there. Yeah. I can't speak towards any of them because I don't use DynamoDB, but should work. Should work. Where was I? Let's try copying that. Put that connection string in here for all these things. Submit. So it should stop. It just shut down. Didn't restart. Can we do a restart? Right, so we said stop here. Can we do restart? No. And now I feel shame. Allows for the injection that will do a few handy things. Allows you to shut down the site. So I need to restart. It doesn't actually restart, it just stops. Yeah, it shuts it down forever. Does not restart it. So if we say cancel token source, cancel. If it's behind IIS, another request will automatically restart. I host application lifetime, yeah. On click, stop application, and it... yeah, how to restart it. So we can go call host run async. So they put a restart request in here. I do like what they're doing in here. So they're calling start, and it calls run async with a token. And if it is restart request, it'll run it again. and when it restarts, right? So if I force this to restart, now that I've actually saved the configuration, right? It should have the configuration saved and load up and jump through. No. Right, so if I put the settings out here, submit. So theoretically, it and if I go over here, app settings JSON has nothing in it. What? Hey, how you doing there? Cota Valino, welcome. I hope. Just discovered the channel. Welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. We're trying to get configurations during startup of our ASP.NET Core application, save settings, and then restart so they're now available during the boot sequence of the application. Let me turn this off and just see what happens. Right? So we'll restart it, and we'll take a look at what it writes into the configuration file. Because it should write the configuration file, know what I mean? Or it whacked it. Yeah. Restart that. Hang on a second. Make sure I start with the same base. I have a feeling. Our code isn't. Right, if I jump through to here. I have a feeling this isn't. Okay, so there's the stuff that it has by default, okay, that I left it with. So let me punch in these connection strings, tell it go to Postgres for everything. Right, it hasn't been registered. Did it save that content? No. The game is afoot. All right. Is it the correct path? I think so. I think so. Right? Because let's run the debugger and see how we do when we get there. You might be onto something, gankable developer. Let's debug through and see what we get to. And no. What happened? Thank you. Paste that there, paste this here, paste that over there, save. All right, what do we got? So provider it passed was Postgres and it passed the right connection string. So it should be trying to load this from... What is directory? Can't get current directory. Let's take a look at that. And it's returning, oh, the root. So this one, all right. So go back. That again. All right. So now we've got some configuration here. It's got 6 sections with a whole bunch of goodies in there. Okay. So we just set connection strings, app config provider, and that. So now when I look here, I have that. Okay. So we're going to serialize that with... So what's the JSON we got out of this? We got nothing coming out of this. There is nothing that it's writing. Nothing! That's not the right way to write the JSON. Okay. So... yeah, do that. Update app settings JSON with the new configuration. Nothing. All right, how do we do it? How to update app settings JSON with new... Yeah. There you go. Load app settings into a dynamic object. Load it into a config class. Change values. What else? You use Unreal Engine build systems. You're here learning? That's okay. Hey, we're figuring this out together. I feel like... What was the first option here? They deserialized into a dynamic object and then added them. So what if we did that? Somebody give me another update. Somebody give me another way to do this. No. No, that's not quite what we're looking for. No. Can you use iOptions to write it? And it's doing a deserialized object in... Combine read all text, deserialize object into a J object. Set the key to that value, write all text. Okay. That's the way I was approaching this at first, but we tried to do this with connection strings, and dynamic keyword is just that. You can use dynamic objects in C#. No. Raw JSON is going to be file dot read all text app settings JSON. So we've got now the raw JSON. Now we want to deserialize it. Right? We want to load it into a dynamic. Right? JSON obj. And I'm going to use system text JSON. JSON serializer deserialize raw JSON. Right? Seriously? Seriously. So now we want to just, right, serialize that back, and then I don't need to create because it's not going to be there. The site needs to restart. Deserialize as dictionary. I don't. Why doesn't it like that? I need options. I need options? Give me some options then. Yes, it does. It was right there. I don't need to new it. I can just... Do I need to make it? I don't want to make it. I don't want to make it. Yeah, there is a read all text async. Right, I could do that, sure. Right, and then make this async. I can do that, sure. And then I don't need that. But I still need to serialize that stuff to disk. Right? Save the JSON obj to disk. Serialize the JSON obj to the file on disk. Spell serialize right. Yeah. Now what? Out JSON equals JSON serializer serialize. Yeah. Right? That should work. Right? What break went right there. Show me what you got. And then I think we need to call it a day here. Because I got other stuff to do, and I'd like to get some dinner. Failed to load configuration file. App settings.json. Could not parse the JSON file. Why not? Right there. That looks good. I love how my do not disturb is disturbed. Why not? Because it's empty, that's why. Rebuild. See, there it is. First start configuration. All right, here we go. That's not it. Give me my connection string. That one. Paste it in. Paste it in. Paste it in. Go. Didn't go anywhere. Eat broke. What? Oh, because it's not awaited. This, that. Okay, set the configuration provider. Yup. So it's going to deserialize and eat broke. Stop. Which means I need to make this an async task. Oops. Try it again. How you doing there, Skylux? Maybe I need to set the really don't disturb me. Microsoft Corporate has a button that they push to that'll actually break through all of that. Doesn't matter what you're doing. And they'll take over your machine. So JSON obj is y'all. Okay. So that was wrong, Copilot. Can we do dot connection strings? Is that a thing? Can I do that? I don't know. You're never bothering me, Dash. B crowd, not familiar with it. Never heard of B crowd, sorry. Paste. How you doing there? NFAA 13. Welcome. So we're gonna set. So there's the JSON object. It's an object. You might not know that. It's an object. Did not like that. How to set values on a J object. Because we're in system text JSON. Set property content. Set property content. Right, if I turn this into a JS object. JS object. Really? it's so good. Now, what do you mean you can't? It's right there. Why can't I with JS object? That's not. Set property. Can you give me an example of this thing? No. Set property and that's property name value. So can we say get property? It's get property is a collection. So I have to get the connection strings property, right? So if I did something like this, right? Yeah. Can I do that? And then say connection strings dot set property and do that. Right, that should do something. Select leak code. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Even then, I'm sorry. I don't answer folks. I don't do homework for folks on stream, and I won't. I won't solve problems for folks' job qualifications. It's not ethical to me. For me to solve your problem. So, like, somebody's trying to gauge how well you know your stuff. That didn't work. Should it be JObject? System text JSON document? It's a JSON document, so can I say root element? Right, so that's a JSON element. So can I say no? What a pain in the neck. I don't want to use Newtonsoft. I want to use system text JSON. JSON document. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, how to add property in existing JSON. JSON node. JSON node parse. There's a couple overloads there. What do we got? A reader, a stream, JSON. Okay. Your existence doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Hello. Welcome. And this is saying that I can do... Can I do JSON obj? And we're going back to this syntax again. Can I do that? And then down here, I mean, let's see what we get. Here we go. I think we're pretty close to getting this bit solved, but then I still got to restart, get the application restarted. You know? Nope. Grab the actual configuration string, connection string, I'm sorry. And this one, and that one, submit. All right, so JSON obj is a JSON object with 3 bits here. Okay, so we're gonna set that. Hey. Connection strings now has, yeah. We're gonna serialize that, and what do we get in the JSON? Yeah, that's right. Write that out. Flush it, dispose it. And the current, I didn't reset the, I need to reset the current after I get it now. Because I am reloading it with these things. All right. Hang on down over here. So now I can say current equals new db configure tags app. Right? Current dot initialize, and we're going to pass in provider and the configuration string. And that should do it. Yep, look at it. It's saved there. Try that again. So, same thing, right? But now we got it in system text JSON. I just don't want to mix and match JSON parsers, right? That feels kind of backwards to me, to have a couple of those floating around. So there we are. It's going to write that stuff out, configure it, go initialize it, get me a database connection string, open that connection, create the configuration table if it's necessary. Go create table. Return the completed task. It's configured. And now these are going to go and save those values. And now it's trying to load the first page. And it doesn't know how to do it. This is where we now need to restart. So how do we restart? Like, if I force the restart now, because, right? Because we wrote the settings, it should run. Is there any validation going on to prevent someone from pasting in something that'll break the JSON structure? It should be escaping, encoding it when we set the JSON values, right? Nope, didn't find it. So if I put the values in here, right? So those values are set. Restart. Did it overwrite? It overwrote it. It overwrote it. So let's go back over here. And let's do a .NET run no build. It's there. So let's go back to the middleware. No, not that one. Right, I'm not initializing it at the top of here. Right, I don't actually have it trying to configure up top. Yeah. So let's do that up top here. Configure tags app factory. Create. Builder configuration. I don't have services to pass in yet. We'll add that in a bit. So now I do need to rebuild. It is in a debug directory, yes. Right? So the app settings that's in here, it already has values. Why did it stop? Why did it stop? Is it something I did? Yeah, evidently. So when it calls create, it tries to do these things and then return current, which those have values. Let's move this out to its own thing. Right, because I don't need these. There it is. So it's going to try and create. And it should just fall through. And say, well, that is empty. So true, that goes false. Stops and returns that. What? Because it's... I live... There we go. Good. All right, got that working. Back over here, gonna grab this. I live on the East Coast. It's only 5 o'clock. And now I'm at a point where it should have written those values. It did not. Did it write them here? It did. It should be here. Somebody wrote a... Yeah, it's the assembly, no. Assembly, that's assembly. Get executing assembly. Location. This folder, Okay, so it should be writing to the correct place now. Which now actually should have that value copied over. And it errored out. Syntax error at or near. Line 22 in DB configure tags app. Okay, fine. Sequence contains no elements. That's... Line 22 here, but it's coming in from iService collection extensions. iService collection extensions. 164. Where it's going to get policy options. Right, that doesn't exist. So, right, it's calling that. This one. And that's not returning a value. Because I said query single. Let's do query single or default. That's what's going on there. Oh boy. Yes, okay. So this is interesting. It's trying to load and get connected to its security context, and it doesn't have connection string. It doesn't know where to go to get that stuff. Why use explicit flush and dispose? the using statement should do that automatically for us. You're probably right. Didn't I do that? I did. Let's save that. Go over to this one. Run that. It should run. Hit the first start configuration. No, give me the actual values for that. There's that. There's that. There's that. Submit. Now it doesn't know what to do. Right? .NET run no build, so it takes just what's right there and runs it. And it's there. I think I was right before, because it was writing to the one on the root. And it is, I think it is using the one on the root. Doesn't matter where I try and go, I get stuck in here. Do I have? I do. So that value is there. And it's in there too. So we're okay with that. So now, if I tell it to run, it chokes and crashes here because it's trying to load configuration that doesn't exist. This is good. This is actually good. If I go back over to Azure Data Studio, connect to it, please. The values aren't there. It didn't write them. Why didn't it write them? Why didn't it write them? Let's... Okay. We're right there. Okay. First start configuration. There's connection string, connection string, connection string. Submit. The table exists. It created the table, but it didn't actually insert. Why didn't it insert? There's the values. Get configuration, initialize, create config table, get connection. Insert or replace into system configuration. Did it throw that exception? No. No. Yeah, I know. You can't do that because you don't have values. Because I didn't give you values yet. Starting, come on. We're going to find out in just a second here. Right, so here it is, set configuration by ID. It's trying to set security provider, Postgres. So it's trying to call that insert. So I'm hitting F11 and it's stepping right through that. Which tells me these aren't being awaited, so they're not actually. That was Fritz's fault. That was me. It was being called, but it wasn't being awaited, so it wasn't finishing the insert. So paste, 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 submit. Ooh. Do they have upsert? They have upsert in Postgres. I bet you it's insert or replace in SQLite. Insert into on conflict do update. Let's do an if exists update. Right? Can we do count? No. Select, no. Select count from system configuration where ID equals don't I have to do a new on that? Thank you. If exists equals 0, we're going to insert. Why don't you like that? Oh. Single query, single async. Because there's one value coming back. Why not insert on conflict? It didn't work. It didn't like it. Well, I could do insert on conflict, but this is a little bit cleaner. Oh, that's so good. Thank you. Get rid of those values. Grab that value. Restart it. You never used Visual Studio before? Should you try? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a community edition that's free for you to use that a lot of folks swear by. They really enjoy using. So Visual Studio, a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier, but a lot of folks really enjoy it. There we go. Values are saving, so I will restart with a no build, so it just picks that stuff up right away. And error because it can't find the connection strings the way it wants them. This is okay. This is okay. Because right now we have to do the piece coming around where all the places that we're getting configuration out of app settings are now getting it through our configuration, and we need to load those appropriately. And I'm going to save that for a little bit later. I need to go. I need to get some dinner. I didn't even have lunch. Let's got here. Let's wrap this up. Save off what I've got so that you can take a look at it if you'd like, and we can tinker with this more another time. So let's save off the things we've got here. Because we've done a lot, right? Yeah. And I'm gonna take these settings out of here and save the rest of this. Configuring a DB provider to start out-of-box experience. And I'm going to push that up. And we'll be able to work on this more next time. Let me catch up a little bit with what those last couple questions were in chat. See if we can get you some answers, and we'll move on from here. How did I write the await in multiple lines at the same time? Hold down Alt. I was holding down Alt and Shift and hit the down arrow key, and it created multiple cursors on the same column. You can hold down Alt and click in multiple locations, and it will give you multiple cursors, and you can type in all of them at the same time. That trick works in Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. You can work with multiple cursors. So give that a try. Is it Pino Leaks? Welcome. Yep, there you go. Yeah, Eric, thanks for chiming in with that comment. It's a huge time saver. There's so many hotkeys and features and extensions that make Visual Studio really, 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 really nice to use. And a lot of those features and extensions are also available in Visual Studio Code. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network. Who can I get you connected to? Those of you on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. If you want to follow along and see what's going on over on Twitch with where some of our friends are going to go, you know what? I don't see anybody that I follow that's live streaming right now. I don't. Oh my gosh. Could it be? What? What? And looking at categories here. Thank you for the subscription. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And they removed my favorite categories from the browse page. Well, that stinks. Yeah, that really does stink. Software and game development. There it is down there. They don't have my favorites right up top for me. Ugh. Let me see. Let me take a look around the horn. Who can we raid? Who can we raid? He's not a bad idea if we choose him. Yeah, you know what? It's been a while since I've raided this guy. Let's go raid Irish John Games. He's another live coder working on some code here. So let's set up the raid there to Irish John Games. There we go. Sad it's only for Windows because your organization gives you a Mac for it. Same thing works in Visual Studio Code. So you'll be fine over there. Copilot is insane, indeed. Looking for some interesting practical projects to start in your free time or OSS contributions. If you want to look at Tags app, there's a link to it right there at the top of chat. You can download and take a look at and get involved with. Get ready to say hi to Irish John Games. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back. I don't know when I'll be back. At Tuesday at the latest. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And I'll see you soon. All right? Say hi to Irish John. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.